Test, test. What's good, chat? Some may say that I'm late. Others will say that I'm entirely on time. Did y'all see Hajin's getting canceled? Was that just me? Yep. Got an echo. There shouldn't be an echo. Echo slightly. There shouldn't be. Double audio? It shouldn't be double audio. Wait. It actually might be. Hold on. I go here. Yeah. There we go. I fix it. You sound like Cortana? What are you, 90? Is Cortana still around? Anyway, what's up, chat? What is up? What is good in the hood? I'm sure we know that there are two of you now. Yeah, I wish there was two of me. I can get so much done. I could be doubly as unproductive. I'm having to flame hood jeans for coming around the big 25 or 26 on gay rights. I will say, saying that like queerness is like a mental disability in 2020 is still crazy work. Like it is crazy work. Would your other you want to cooperate though? Probably not. I'd hate myself. Um, but you know, he's posted now. He's posting good work. So I guess it's anything to say, but he's young, ain't he? No idea. We have no idea how old Hoodie is. He could be 40 years old for all we know. He tweets like he's like 20 something though, but it's like our algorithm is nearly obsolete. I have to scroll like 10 times to get one TikTok resembling my interests. Is it the same for y'all? Yeah, it's cooked. The sale was finalized a few days ago, I think, and they finally changed the algorithm over. Because a function of the sale for TikTok was that ByteDance kept the algorithm, right? America only forced the sale of the infrastructure uh, to a U.S. company, and it's Oracle. But the algorithm is all ByteDance. So it needs to be retuned anyway. And so you're going to see a specific like shifting of your algorithm because what the app just does not know what you like and what you don't like right now. You know? But on top of that, there's some extra issues with censorship that people are facing, creator payments that people are facing, and videos even being posted at all. I made a tweet about it yesterday. But it knows that you love right wing content. I haven't seen that yet. I get the same videos from like freaking 4 months ago. It's like the back of the barnyard videos, being like one last dance or something. I have no idea. I'm just like, why is? Let me see what the first TikTok that I open up says. Let me see. TikTok. Where's TikTok at? My husband with pets. My husband with the pets he didn't want. It's a 2.4 million view video, 10,000 comments from the Braley family. And it's just this. A dude with his animals. Dance videos. Okay, hold on. I got a video about CC and the Valorant drama. You see me ask if you're getting upscrolled account earlier, or were you busy setting up? People have asked me about getting upscrolled. I don't care for long form or short form, honestly. I don't know. I managed to snag a short user, so I just made it. That's a good point, actually. I should probably make it so I can get my username. Because somebody steals it from me. Like YouTube. Too late, I got it. I knew it. Again, the YouTube short game. I hate short form content holistically. I do not like it. Honestly, if I could just stream and just be chilling, which I probably could, I would. I'm only posting on YouTube because you kind of got to, you know? Hold on. When it says name, do they want my like username or it just says name? I don't know. Username is later. Okay. Okay, there we go. Snagged. Shonda Black secured. Something went wrong. Try again later. I should have known. Do I think this will take off, chat? Wait, how are people verified on here? How do I get verified? Account verification. You need more than 100,000 followers? You need 100,000 followers on Twitter or TikTok? Boo. I only have 80 something thousand on TikTok. Gosh darn it. Whatever. Escrow's been around for like a year, so I think created by Pausini Dev. Yeah, I saw that. I don't like honestly, like the blue sky version of TikTok. Not necessarily blue sky. Kind of. It's just like a different app. I don't think it'll. I think it will. Because for those of you who don't know, TikTok didn't just happen after Vine died, right? I think Vine died in like 2014, 6, 7, 18. Vine app. 2017. I was right. Vine died in 2017, and TikTok became TikTok and changed from Musically. In 2016, right? So Vine died in 2017, but like TikTok didn't take off until like COVID 2020, basically. So I don't know if does this include Musically? Yeah, Musically was ended in 2018 basically. So 2017, 2018 is when Musically was owned by ByteDance. So it wasn't until like 2019, 2020 where like TikTok finally took off. It took a few years. So it's gonna take years for people to finally stop posting on TikTok because they're gonna keep trying it. They're gonna keep trying to fit this square peg in a round hole. Be like, maybe this sucked and this is bad, but like we can make it work, guys. Come on, all together. If we just keep posting through it until they realize that nothing is gonna change, nothing's gonna happen. Um, it's kind of hot in here. Hold on. What are you doing? Hey, go sit down. Come here. You're not slick, doggy. I saw you put it over there. Don't fall. Ugh. I'm back. This ain't what you want. 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 Anyway, how are y'all doing, chat? Tired, bad, sick. I feel that. TikTok, we need to close for another ticket spot. It's 22 here, and there's no snow. L. I'm behind my college math homework. That's sad. Trying to set up Anki to study Japanese. Good luck to you, chatter. I've given up on that 12 million different times. Um, what's today's date? Monday. Hmm. Sorry, I was placing an order. Um, I'm sorry, not the date. I meant the day. You know what I mean? Anyway, before we get on to the news to cover today, do y'all want to see my drawing update? Want to see my new piece? Gosh, darn it. We're in the level 3 snow emergency. Where? We don't have snow here in the East Coast. Eh. Hold on. Hold on, it's loading. Hold on. Eh. There's too many lights. There we go. Hold on. I would have turn the brightness on this up. My camera does not like this. Wait, hold on. I have a better idea. I'll just do this. I go here. I go here. And then, okay, I can move this back over. Hello, lights. Welcome back. I can go here. Close this. Close this. Open this. Go here. Go here. Go here. Drive. I'll just put it on my screen. And then I can go here. Look at this. Make the background black. Oh, I could have done that too. That work? Hold on. Yeah. Does this work now? Hold on. The black background? Nope, it's the same thing. But you see it on the screen though. You're really good at digital? Yeah, because I can change the lines around. I'm not that great at cause I drew it on my sketchbook first, and then I just took a picture of it and did my line art over it. But this is what I started with on the sketchbook. This should work. There we go. Aha. So it's okay, but it's not like fantastic. Figure out layer modes looks like? Yeah, I mean tutorials. You can hand drawn too? There you go. I'm the same, mainly because I have carpal tunnel and went digital is just easier. Yeah. Some little income R34 coming soon. That's crazy. What's calling you out is so lame. I mean, I was still correct. Getting how to code and draw. I stand by everybody knows how to do everything. It's just a matter of like, it's just a matter of practice. Except me, I can't draw. Drawing is bad. Drawing is very difficult. Or JJK enjoyers here. I am a JJK enjoyer. I stand with Maki. This is so good. Thank you. So at traditional, I'm scared of to try digital. You know, you gotta. I'm not gonna give you advice, honestly. I spent like 30 minutes agonizing over like wanting to draw, but not wanting to like start because I knew it was gonna be bad. And I was scrolling through Reddit looking for advice. Reddit advice sucks. I'm gonna be real. It sucks. Not because it's bad advice, because it just comes across and reads as pretentious. I get like a lot of pings for like r/learn art, and it's just the same two pieces of advice repackaged in different ways. Not because the advice is bad, it's the problem, but it's because just like, you're just saying the same thing to people, hoping that it sticks, even though it's the same advice that people have seen forever. Draw a circle, not draw an owl. It's kind of that, but it's like every creator is calling eyes even Ludwig. Yeah, I made a video about it. We'll get to that in a second. So right now it's drawing updates. So many great tutorials on YouTube, but you have to decide what you want to do. Too many cooks when it comes to teaching. Yeah, that's kind of the hardest part, especially when you're a beginner and you're new and you don't know what you want. Right? Because I see art that I like and I'll like bookmark it on Twitter, but like, the steps between how do you get from where you are to how you get there, it's just so, the chasm is so vast, right? It's like a canyon. And then you look at like, art subreddits. You shouldn't do that, but you look at art subreddits and you're just like, you see people asking the same question, like, oh, how do I get from here to there? And it's just like, oh, well, draw a box. And then just keep drawing boxes. You will never get better unless you only draw boxes forever until perpetuity. And it's just like, yeah, but I will never do that. That's not going to happen. So you have any more practical advice? You're like, nope, just draw a box. And if you don't want to draw a box, you might as well just quit. Might as well just give up now. Might as well just give up now if you don't want to draw a box. That's what it feels like. Advice to either pretentious signage it or just answering this, your question with another question. Yeah, but is way more talented than I am at art. Those stuff is physical too. Embroidering and painting. The biggest issue is finding tutorials for lefties. Yeah, I can see that. Best advice is to find art you like and try to emulate it. I'm gonna do box stuff for 2 years. Yeah. They're telling you to not think outside the box. That's so funny, but that's literally what they're doing. There is some good advice. I will say it's not all Reddit posters. There is some good advice on Reddit. Copying from real life is the best, I think, to get better. Yeah, but it's boring. Most people, when they see, they don't start drawing by being like, oh, this cup. I really wish I could draw this cup on my paper. You know what I mean? They're like, man, I saw a sick piece of art online, on Pinterest, on Instagram, on Twitter, right? I want to be able to draw that. And people being like, oh, we know you want to be able to draw that. But have you thought about the fact that you can't draw that for the next 5 years? You have to first draw this cup. Like, that is extraordinarily off-putting. It is probably good advice. It's probably correct. Like, drawing from life makes the most sense because it's like everything comes from reality. Any art you see is just stylized versions of reality is. Like, that makes sense. But like, no person is going to be like, sorry, you have to hold your passion project to draw boxes and apples for 6 months. It's kind of true though. If you try to taking too big of a step, you end up frustrating yourself and giving up. Yeah, but if you just do monotonous stuff that is boring to you, you're just gonna give up anyway. My point is that there's a balancing act, right? There's a balancing act between training your fundamentals and actually doing what you enjoy doing. Just like any hobby, same for coding. Yeah, but at the very least, the barrier for entry for coding, I think, is a lot lower just because you have zero societal expectations when you start drawing. You know what I mean? When I draw what you saw in Arcane, let's start with rotating a box. Come back in 3 weeks, and then we'll teach you how to draw the figure, I guess. Right? And so, because like for coding, it feels like magic to a lot of people. Right? And so if they build a website for the first time, they're like, oh, it's so cool. I did this. I made this. Right? I made this from nothing because they have no expectations for themselves. The problem is the way that we treat art. Right? The problem is the way that we as society treat art. As a child, children can be bad at art and that's fine. But if you're an adult and you're bad at art, right, you're wasting your time. You might as well give up. Right? People are extraordinarily mean to adults who are bad at all kind of creative endeavors. Right? But you can't be bad at music. You can't be bad at dancing. You can't be bad at art. You can't be bad at, like painting. You can't. Right? Because of societal expectations for you. Have you done gesture drawings yet or time drawings? No. I'm just trying to get around to drawing in general. Because even sitting down and putting pens and paper is rough for me. So I teach mostly adult dance classes. It's okay to be a grass beginner. Yeah. I would say it's kind of this notion that you shouldn't copy other artists. That's how you get better, especially early on. What do you want to draw the most? Honestly, I don't even really know. I've been thinking about that forever. The reason why I wanted to start drawing originally was I saw this webtoon. It was called Ordeal. And I freaking loved the art in it. Because it had black characters. They'll talk about this before. It had like a cool power system, and I was like, yo, this is sick. But yeah, I also really like comic book art, but comic book art is freaking difficult. And so I just kind of see stuff on Twitter and I bookmark it. So my Twitter bookmarks are literally just freaking stuff for stream, 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 random art. That's literally it. That's all it is. Like I'm still holding out on not buying Twitter Blue for the principle. But if I were to buy Twitter Blue, it would be exclusively for being able to have multiple different bookmarks. So I could put my art stuff in a different bookmark. But yeah. In conclusion, Reddit is bad. It's okay, Reddit's fine actually. Who lets you do that? I think so. You can always watch movies, stop at a frame thing are cool and try to sketch on the composition. I probably won't do that because if I watch a movie, it's going to be exclusively because I'm lazy. That's really it. Not saying this is bad advice, but it's just like if I watch a movie, I'm laying back in my on my bed, staring at my monitor from far away. I found drawing human anatomy to be helpful. Good enough, good enough, yeah, I'm good enough, good enough, good enough. Shoot, but where's my hoodie on?
Calaflor just subscribed.
Calaflor, thank you for the 12 months. 1 year. High God is releasing today. Yeah, apparently people are getting paid to play it. Not me, though. Disrespectful. Racism? I know. Yeah. Also, I think this is what I think a lot of people don't realize and don't understand. Some people do. Drawing with aphantasia is the worst thing in the world. It is so difficult to like build an image in your head if you can't build an image in your head. You know what I mean? So like even knowing what to draw is so difficult when you can't accurately picture things in your mind. Oh damn, it's just going to find out later in life I have aphantasia. Yeah. Do you know some people can't picture stuff in their head? Did you just hear what I said and just repeated it back to me? You playing high guard today? Yes. Probably not. Is it free? Does it cost money? It's free? I think it's free today. It's free? Okay, maybe I will play it. I like free stuff. High guard. Steam. Plan to unlock in approximately 1 hour. I mean, we can play it. I'm not against it. Oh, chat. I was playing Marvel Rivals yesterday, and it made me want to tear my hair out, bro. It made me want to tear my hair out. Wait, it's a PvP raid shooter. Is this just Arc Legends, Arc Raiders? That one. I don't know. Anyway, that's my art update. One day I'll be able to draw my own stuff instead of just copying what I see on Pinterest. Let's see what score you get on this. A 100 centers. I would fail this. This is the David Klobuchar. That was your Democrat. Democrat. That's not fair. That is so not fair. The picture didn't even update. Okay, that's crazy. That is crazy and racist. The picture didn't even update. I was like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing this. That's what is a trap? Yeah. Cindy Hyde Smith. Okay, this is the Tammy Baldwin. Oh, that's Gillibrand? Okay, this guy. Tom Cotton. I remember that. Right, that's him. This guy. Ted Budd. I learned. Ah, Chris Coons. Unfortunate name. Oh my goodness, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. Tom Tillis. Okay. I know this guy. Tim Scott. Chuck Schumer. Gosh darn it. I thought a woman. Margaret Hassan? Oh, it was Maggie. Yeah. Cory Booker. Don't tell me. I know this one. Astronaut guy. Astronaut guy. Potential VP pick last year or 2 years ago. Kelly. Mark Kelly. Raphael Warnock, radical liberal. Okay. This honestly, this could be either party. This could be either party, but he's probably Republican. Dang it. Okay, I know this guy. This is Lady G. Republican. Rand Paul. Dick Durbin. Should have known. Oh, this is Republican for sure. Republican. Why do they all look so scary? Democrat. Democrat. Dang it. Murkowski. Oh, what? Charlie Kirk? Republican. Dang it. Republican. Republican. Is he alive still? Turtle Man. Republican. Republican for sure. Democrat. Republican. Democrat. Republican. 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 Yeah. Democrat. Yeah. I'm getting it. I'm getting it, Republican. Dang it. Okay, what? What? What was I supposed to click? He's an independent. That's dirty. That's dirty, bro. Democrat. Republican. 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 Oh, Tim Kaine. There's Tim Kaine in the membrane. I should have freaking knew. I should have freaking knew. Democrat. That's Susan Collins. I should have known she was wearing red. Republican. Marsha Blackburn. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Please. Okay. What? Okay. So you have to pick their former party affiliation, I guess? Unfair. This is rigged. Republican. 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 Democrat. That's Ed Markey. He looks very, very different. Republican. 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 Democrat. Republican. Republican. Dang it! Democrat. That was Adam Schiff. Republican. Oh, that's Peter Welsh. Man, they look rough in these pictures, bro. Republican. Oh, that's Van Holden. Okay, he looks actually fine. Republican. Gosh darn it! Democrat. Republican. Republican for sure. Democrat. Dang it. Republican. Republican. That's Chris Murphy? Bro, they look so different compared to their Twitter profile pictures. Slotkin. Should have known. Unfortunate. Ossoff. Haha. That was a layup. That was also a layup. Ugh. Sometimes I just go purely off of their tie. Please, I can't end on 67%. Please, I can't end on 67%. I can't end on 67.7%. Stop. Rough. Anyway, covered this. Cover this. Maybe we'll play high guard later on today. Nix, what are you doing? Hold on. Here, I'll leave you with this video to watch. While I go grab her.
Kaya, please. Just fucking go. I can't stand any of you dumb in this goddamn chat. You are just a trans person. I despise you more than anything else on the planet.
As far as me being a propagandist goes, everyone is a propagandist. I'm just honest about it. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
If 2025 will be remembered for anything, it'll be for being the year that the online left finally gave up on mommy and daddy.
Contra puts out this post on Reddit.
ContraPoints, who is one of the platform's most prominent purveyors of style over substance,
released as bad of a take.
This like rambling narcissistic post.
Let's read it and let's talk about what the problem is with it.
Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Netanyahu?
I also feel a lot of other things.
Do I think it's a genocide? Yes. Is that bad? Yes. But
Natalie typed this out, read it through, made sure there were no grammatical errors, and then thought that this was good to publish. Crazy. A shameful statement. When your dog got electrocuted, you spun the fact that it wasn't a buzzer? It's not! Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
What is this video even about? This is something somebody said in my my Discord.
Not even a counter example.
meanwhile.
When it comes to meta discourse about BreadTube, which swings around every few months, commonly there is one side that says BreadTube isn't dead, and another side that says not only is BreadTube dead, it has been dead for literal years now. Is it dead? Is it not? Is it in a third liminal space in between? Is it on life support? Is anybody even a BreadTuber when nobody in the purported group even claims the name? What even is BreadTube anymore, you know? It is for the reason of that question lacking a definitive answer that I am coining a new term despite being one qualification shy of a PhD and probably not able to coin terms, whatever. Pop leftists. A pop leftist being a popular leftist figure that uses pop culture to convey, to advance their Marxist, socialist, leftist content. Despite some of the ambiguity that we have established so far, what is clear is that some of the figureheads of this movement, if you want to call it that, have demonstrated themselves to becoming increasingly compromised, shall we say. By which I mean, if politics is supposed to be about the codification of ethics and morals, then some of these people, some of these emissaries, have demonstrated themselves to have the exact opposite morals and ethics that they theoretically, supposedly should have. What is it that Two-Face said in The Dark Knight? Either you die a hero or you live long enough to become a grifter, animal abuser, genocide apologist, pedophile, misogynist, or sex offender. Is that what he said?
Ugh. It seems like slop. Is it slop? A chatter said it was a good video, just a little libbed up.
It is for the reason of that question lacking a definitive answer that I am coining a new term despite being one qualification shy of a PhD and probably not able to coin terms. Whatever. Pop leftists. A pop leftist being a popular leftist figure that uses pop culture to convey, to advance their Marxist, socialist, leftist content. Despite some of the ambiguity that we have established so far, what is clear is that some of the figureheads of this movement, if you want to call it that, have demonstrated themselves to becoming increasingly compromised, shall we say. By which I mean, if politics is supposed to be about the codification of ethics and morals, then some of these people, some of these emissaries, have demonstrated themselves to have the exact opposite morals and ethics that they theoretically, supposedly should have. What is it that Two-Face said in The Dark Knight? Either you die a hero or you live long enough to become a grifter, animal abuser, genocide apologist, pedophile, misogynist, or sex offender. Is that what he said? Is that what Two-Face said in The Dark Knight? I think that's the quote, right? Hello and welcome back to the Latent Observes channel. It is I, the Latent in question. It is you looking as dashing as ever. And today, as I've already
I'm in the wrong field of work. It's got 62,000 views. I need to be putting my drama content and touting it in like pseudo-intellectual language a little bit, you know, not in like as like a beef to this person, but like it's a racket. I need to get in there.
We're talking about pop leftists, and of course, as I foreshadowed, we're going to be getting to mommy and daddy and everybody else in between. But for now, baby boy, we have a date with Destiny. If you don't know, is a political streamer and debate bro. I became privy to him, or became aware of him, maybe around 2 to 3 years ago or something, during the peak, during the precipice. Motherfuckers love saying the word precipice. Of the whole manosphere thing, which I suppose is still going on, but it feels like it's tapered off a little bit, you know. My introduction to him was the male feminist that was invited to these things. You know, he was on Fresh and Fit, he was on the Whatever podcast at some point, you know, putting forward his supposedly feminist ideals, you know.
Listen, I'm also not a big optics person or aesthetics person, but why did he leave the house looking like that? I just really? The most you can bring is just a plain white t-shirt that may be teetering on a size too small? I'm sure, I guess.
What's his at omniliberal? He's a left person, you know. So yeah, you see him in these little podcast clips, these, and you know, your little YouTube shorts and probably TikToks where people repost and whatnot too. So you think this is a verbally adept guy, quick with the mouth, pause. I meant like verbally fluid, high verbal IQ, whatever. He's defending the women, you know, against these misogynist men. So you think, oh, what a good guy. He's got blue hair.
Okay, wow. I don't really care about the Destiny section. We're skipping Destiny and Wash. Into Hassan.
Thing of like, I'm pro-women until they disagree with me. And then the Hassan thing is, I'm pro-trans until they disagree with me. And then it turns into, you're just a trans woman. It's like...
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe, knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates. I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day. Okay, there you go. Suck my dick. I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet.
A lot of this can be solved if the song just stopped yelling at people as much in chat. This is some of his biggest problems. This, the black folks thing, like...
And you are fucking cancer, okay? You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. You are just a trans person. Sorry.
Are they a protected class or not? Do they have a life experience that needs to be taken into account or not? Or is it just when their ideology points a certain way? I was going to leave it here. I was just going to make a point about the fickleness of a person like this, the kind of person that puts ideology before humanity, let's say. However, that was before the great shockening of 25.
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more...
This is a little bit unserious. I think there's a good critique of... that you can make of Hassan in the way that he addresses marginalized people in his community. But you can't equivocate that to like, to Collargate. I'm sorry. You can't. It just like, it feels a little bit unserious. You know what I mean? It feels like, it feels like somebody who has a bias against Hassan and tries to find everything that they can to like, be like, what do I not like about Hassan? Well, all of this stuff, instead of being like, hey, I have a point to make for this video, right? So let me make this point because it serves or underscores the overarching thesis of the video. It's just like, you know what? And another thing about this guy, he shocks his dog. It feels, it feels a bit, what's the word? Disorganized? And weak as a general critique, right? And I say this to somebody who's very open about my critiques of Hassan and Hassan's community and what happens there. You know?
Consequential violence, okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby.
This geezer so obviously and blatantly shocked his dog and then tried to lie about it for fucking days that turned into weeks that may well turn into months. Previous videos of him shocking his dog started to resurface.
Okay, now I'm curious. I'm curious about what this person has said before. I'm genuinely curious. Exposing what quote unquote progressives really think about Black people, white fragility sequel review. I haven't seen white fragility, so I can't speak on that. Wait. The book Kendrick used to destroy Drake? Is this Jordan B. Peterson's book?
A wise man once said, them superpowers getting neutralized, and boy was he right.
And nothing been the same since they dropped Control and tucked the sensitive rapper back in his pajama clothes.
Where are you at with a lot of the cats now, like the J. Coles of the world or the Drakes of the world? Where are you guys at now?
Same place. It's all love from the moment I did the verse to after the verse. You know what I mean? I think hip-hop is a sport, so you're going to have these little spits
That's
and
48
spats.
Laws of Power.
And it's all good because personally I respect these dudes as, as people. You know what I mean? So outside of that, it's really nothing.
Specifically, where are you at, like, with the J. Cole? Specifically, where are you at with a Drake or so on and so forth?
What book was I thinking of? Hold on. Doesn't Jordan B. Peterson have a rules book? Oh, 12 the 12 rules for life. That's what it is. Gosh darn it. So many rules in law books.
They go by many names. Video essayists, commentary channels.
Anyway, I am slightly curious about what else he has to say. Oh, he spends so much time on Collargate. That's most of the Hassan section. That's kind of lame. There is better critiques you can make of Hassan. What do you say about FD? The FD section is pretty short.
designifier. I've already spoken about this geezer before in a previous video. I'm not going to do it again in this one. I'll give you a little bit of a hint.
This is the problem with like as a token.
It depends on what position the token is in.
Not only is
Oh, he's quoting kidology? Stop. He's not
racist slur.
And so if you want to hear about my thoughts regarding that, it'll be in the pinned comment.
But he's against coon? Like being used as a term? Okay.
It's just
Hold on.
Overly appealing.
Wait, this one.
The description, or do the little eye. You'll find it. You'll find it, baby boy.
You know why? And listen, I don't want to bring up his hair, but okay, now I'm genuinely more curious about this.
Black America is we got black people and we got niggas.
First on the roster, we have Kanye West. Wait.
No shot. Okay, he's doing a tier list. Hold on. I need to. Where's the FD signifier video or section at?
D tier. The next example of a person that is prospectively a and just do the kind of video that I would actually want to make, which is to say I'm going to fucking Gen Z it up because I'm going to make what is essentially a tier list video. People that are the most pro-black to the least pro-black, or I guess anti-black if you will, the race traitor category. I feel like it's probably pretty obvious what is meant by the term of say like race traitor, or but in case you need like a formal definition, it's essentially like somebody who is considered to not have the interests of their race at heart, or they're like traitors to it in some way. And generally speaking, this is black people calling it to other black people, but then you will have instances of sometimes some pretty brazen whites calling black people that too, which is pretty fucking ballsy. It's like, I have no expertise or qualification in what would refer to you as being a black person, but let me say, I don't think you're one of it. It's like, listen here, sonny. No.
I'm trying to figure out what his position is.
That white people said back in the day, listen here, Buster. You're really cruising for a brew. Oh my god, bro. It's going to be person, excerpt, elaboration. That's basically the structure per person, and then I'm even going to be thrown into the gambit. And so to get this video on the road, if you're new around here or simply forgot, welcome back to the Latent Observes channel. It is I, the Latent in question. My knee popped just as I said that, and that's sad. I'm getting old. I am the Latent in question. You look as delightful as ever, and this is a tentatively titled installment of On the Spectrum, a show where I rank some fairly serious things actually, but do it in a little bit of a cheeky manner. So yeah, strap in and strap on as we explore this.
Like he hasn't given me anything to like put him in this box of being like holistically bad. Like I think the Colgate stuff is a little bit silly, but like there's nothing that he's provided that's like offensively terrible so far. Which is why I'm trying to figure out what he believes. You know what I mean? Like his hair. Okay, besides his hair, but that's a different story.
Topic
versus FD opinion. I'm curious. That's where I'm
together. So first things first that we need to do is set the scale. We need to set a frame of reference for what the heck I'm even talking about. We need to see the upper limit, which is to say the most maximally pro-black person that you could be, so to speak, compared to a anti-black person, so to speak. And so for the upper limit for the maximally black, pro-black person that one could be, we have Dr. Umar Johnson.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Umar. Are you totally against interracial relationships?
I am totally against it, and I want to make sure you understand.
Okay, but I can't tell if he's doing this as pro Dr. Umar or like anti Dr. Umar. You know what I mean? That's what confuses me.
Why? Just because they land in the bed with you, what makes you think that they shed their racism? They don't. White people are racist. All white people are racist. There's no exceptions. They may not all be bigots, but they're all racist.
Why would a black man need to copulate build a family with anything other than a black woman when you have so many black women available?
But why is he putting him in like the most like pro-black? Like Dr. Umar is categorically not like, you know, the most pro-black. Like his engagement with blackness and black culture ends with his ends with queerness. right? And with trans black people, like he's like not like genuinely pro-black, like he's being facetious. And I get that. That's where I'm trying to establish what the scale of this actually is. Because if it's like, oh, it's like the most pro-black in you know, but like not actually pro-black. Like what is the actual scale is? Like if Dr. Umar is on one side and you see, I don't freaking know. We saw the full tier list a little bit earlier. Here. Like you have Dr. Umar on one side, and then like Candace Owens and Andrew Tate and Jesse Lee Peterson down here. This does read a little bit like he's like pro Dr. Umar, because Dr. Umar is up here with like Vince Staples, Lil Yachty, I guess. You know, Abbott and Preach, so I make it into C tier. Like this entire list is all messed up. This entire list is all messed up. Right? Like why is Candace Owens in D and not in E? I'm so confused. This is why I'm confused. Why is Weezy in C? I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You feel me? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is like, is he pro Dr. Umar?
Promote the type of filth they finance our kids to promote. If one of your parents is an African, we accept you as an African as long as you identify. You have to be psychologically black, and you also have to be biologically black.
Blackness is a two-pronged test. First of all, are you biologically African?
Definitely,
and are you psychologically African? When you tell me you're African, you're saying two things to Dr. Umar when you're talking to me. When you say I'm an African, that means you're telling me I know I'm biologically black, but I also want you to know, Dr. Umar, I'm psychologically black.
Oh, Barack Obama was made president for two reasons. Domestically, he was made president to force alternative sexual lifestyles onto black children, sexual confusion as a means of population control.
Why would I want to take my original...
So why is why are you surprised by this? What are you saying question marks for, chat? I literally just told you that Dr. Umar's pro-blackness stops at queerness. I just said that. Did you not believe me? I quite literally just said that. Which is why I was confused why Dr. Umar is at the top, right? With like FD Signifier and like Vince Staples. Like I'm trying to find a through line here.
God's seed and put it in a cave-dwelling organism.
At this point in the video, I'm not going to agree or disagree to anything that I have just shown you. It is merely to exemplify some of what could be and is being considered the most kind of black thought. This is a popular guy, you know, I should probably start with that first and foremost. You know, this guy has been on The Breakfast Club at least like 10 times. He very frequently does talks. He's on this interview, he's on that interview. This is a very famous guy. He's probably the most famous Pan-Africanist, I think is what he refers to himself as, generally speaking. And so, you know, within that, as you just observed, some of what is constituted within that, his ideology, so to speak, are things like, he has an idea of what it means to be psychologically black, for instance. We'll talk about that later, maybe. He's anti-interracial dating. He's ostensibly...
like he's not pro-black. Like if you can't be pro-black and be homophobic. There are queer black people. There are trans black people. What is this surface level like analysis? Oh, just because he says the most outrageous stuff claiming to be for black people means that he's the most pro-black? Like so does Candace Owens. How is Dr. Umar like materialistically different than Candace Owens? Latest issue to me seems to be lazy research, weak critiques, at least when it comes to online black culture. I mean, that's where I am at this point. Like, it's just how much focus the content creator focuses on black analysis. Yeah, that's bad. That's dumb. That is a horrible metric. That's not analysis. He's just looking to say who said the word black the most times. Dr. Umar says it 100 times, right? Vince Staples says it 85 times. Anybody who says it more than 80 times is in the A tier. That's basically what he's doing. There's not any any engagement with like actual, like what people actually believe and what pro-blackness actually is. Like, what does it mean to be pro-black?
Against the gays, particularly in black men, let's say. He believes that all white people are racist. Classic shout out back to the Robin DiAngelo days, and also seemingly thinks that, I don't know if he would necessarily agree to this characterization, but in some ways thinks that white people are somewhat inferior. He referred to them as cave-dwelling organisms. What did he say? Why would I want to put my seed, God's seed, in a cave-dwelling organism? He was saying that because you don't have melanin if you're a Caucasian. If you're watching this and you're a Caucasian, he thinks you're a cave-dwelling. Anyway, that's who we have in the green corner. Now let's see who we have in the red corner. In the red corner, we have a man by the name of Jesse Lee Peterson.
Because guess what? You got people like Candace Owens. You got people like...
Okay, where's his FTC fire take?
We have a category pertaining to black conservatives, and the reason why I'm kind of coming in with this preamble or prelude beforehand is because by some black people's estimations, there actually is no such thing as a black conservative. Thumbnail, Candace Owens, Thomas Sowell, Clarence Thomas, and then quite literally an image of a raccoon. Wow, that's where that comes from. Wow. By some people's estimations, no such thing as black conservatives, because it's like, well, the correct way to be a black person is fundamentally incompatible with conservative ideology or whatever, which I think is kind of interesting, particularly...
Or whatever, dude. Is he not engaging with, like, FD6 Fire's actual critique about what black conservatism is and who black conservatives are and what role they play in like the holistic, the Pan-African movement or black community as a whole?
Of more and more black people.
I don't think FD Signifier's take in the Black Conservative video is that Candace Owens isn't a black person. You know what I mean?
Particularly, which I think is kind of interesting, particularly off the back of more and more black people, particularly in the last election, voting for a conservative, or maybe they just liked Trump in particular. So there's that thing. Black people seemingly leaning more so toward...
That's not true. He's arguing on a false basis. Black people are not holistically becoming more conservative. That's not true. They still voted, to the tune of like 2% to the Democratic Party. Black people are still the most strong, ardent supporters of the Democratic Party. You're not seeing a Brexit movement. You're not seeing black people like holistically leave the Democratic plantation. That's just not backed up by fact.
Political conservatism, but then even on, let's say, cultural conservatism, people have been like making these parallels for years. Like I remember off the top of my head, there's kind of like this sketch that SNL did back in the day where they did, their show Black Jeopardy, and they had, a classic kind of conservative character, and as it turns out, the joke is that like, oh, they actually relate on a lot of stuff, and it's like, yeah, because if you like actually spoke to black people,
well, that is not bad, dog.
they're actually kind of conservative, kind of culturally conservative. There's going to need to be...
This is not true. This is objectively false. He's just wrong about this. Black people are not holistically culturally conservative, right? And it comes from the monopolizing of black people as a community. You don't see white people be called culturally conservative, even though white people per capita and right just purely on a numbers basis are more likely to support Republicans and conservative politics in this country. They have historically, and they do still currently right now. More black people, proportionally wise, right, and numerically, support conservative policies. More white people, right, proportionally, are conservative in the white community. They're just not seen as a white community because, whiteness does not, create or a specific, cultural structure for white people. Black people still holistically, again, vote for the Democratic Party in this country. There was not a meaningful change as it pertained to black people voting for a Republican. It's not. So he's just wrong. He's just bad analysis. He's incorrect. I think he's arguing on a basis of his feelings, legitimately. I think he feels some kind of way about black conservatives being spoken to very meanie bo beanie. And he's using that as his framework of argumentation instead of actually looking at the data that backs up his conclusions. Genuinely.
Be a conversation to be had about, this idea that having liberal politics is kind of like a linchpin, or for a time it seems like to be on the left side of politics was kind of de facto the position that black people had to be, I suppose. And that
this guy's just a conservative. Okay, we found it, chat. We have found it. Or just like a conservative leaning liberal, essentially. That's it. This is a conservative leaning. Was there a doubt? I mean, again, there's a centrist leaning right. I don't even see centrist because if you know about and talking about BreadTube and online left eating itself, I guess you could be a centrist talking and arguing for that framework. He's also British. Yeah, you're right. This is true.
Is less and less becoming so the case. I don't think there's necessarily much bearing to be said on whether you're constituted as black or white based on whatever your politics are. And you know who else also thinks that? Malcolm X. His belief seemingly being
Malcolm X can't think anything because he was murdered by the state, but
fundamentally, whether you're on the left or right, whether you're liberal or conservative, you're fundamentally still playing into the kind of white structure. It seems like almost the only thing that Malcolm X thinks that liberals or the left.
Yeah, Malcolm X hated liberals and conservatives from a left-wing perspective. Malcolm X was not apolitical. Malcolm X was not a centrist being like, man, I'm sitting in between both sides, man. Both of you over there is bad. No, he was a communist. He hated them from a lefter than liberal perspective. Okay, he's just like British kidology. That's all this person is. Right? They're reactionary, but they don't like the label of conservative, so they put themselves in this apolitical centrist bucket to be both sides are bad. He's just liberal kidology. Is that really? Kidology is British? Oh. Okay, he's just kidology. They're the same person.
They're just better at marketing because fundamentally they're still interested in upholding the white system of power, which I don't necessarily think I agree with, but I'm just introducing it as an idea of whether you're constituted as black or a real black person, the extent to which that should be influenced by your political beliefs is a bit.
He does realize that there's more stuff outside of liberal and conservative, right? He's saying that because because liberalism, right, as a political ideology, is the same as conservatism that serves to underscore the interests of white supremacy, right? He's saying that from a leftist perspective. He is saying that your political ideology does influence a lot about yourself, right? And that if you are a black person who subscribes to both conservatism and liberalism, you are engaging in a system that underscores white supremacy holistically. And you need to remove yourself from those, that basis, right? Because, white supremacy was not made for you. It would never serve your benefit. But again, he's arguing against something that FD Signifier never said. He didn't play a single clip of FD Signifier in this section, but maybe he comes back around to it later on. Yeah, here. We'll get to it. Oh, he quotes kidology once again, but let's finish this off.
To the nebulous realm is a little bit nebulous.
In this crooked game of power politics here in America, the Negro, namely the race problem, integration, civil rights issue, are all nothing but tools used by the whites who call themselves liberals against another group of whites who call themselves conservatives, either to get into power or to retain power. The white liberal differs from the white conservative only in one way. The liberal is more deceitful, more hypocritical than the conservative. The American Negro is nothing but a political football. And the white liberals control.
I don't get how this disproves the point about black conservatives. I don't.
This ball.
Actually understand that anti-black racism represents itself differently in Western culture.
Tricks.
I don't know if you understand anything.
Or tokenism. False promises of integration and civil rights.
But I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
I
Yeah.
love it when a white man takes.
We don't like this person. Stay in a British person's place. You're speaking on things you don't understand.
Takes away one's black card for not voting in the way that he wants you to. So the first person that.
And also, the person that he's talking about is a white supremacist, racist, loser, pedophile, rapist. I love when both reactionaries, conservatives and centrists, are like, well, man, if you don't vote in the way that they want you to vote, you're not considered black to them. It's like, you're voting for a white supremacist. What do you want people to say about that? And then you get mad when people call you the C word. Like, what are we talking about?
And we're going to be talking about now for the exemplary position of a black conservative is the, by now, very famous and notorious, infamous Candace Owens.
And I could put Candace Owens up there, but I even think somebody owns it more than Candace. I think Candace go up there, though, because Candace been Barkley, Jesse Lee Peterson, Supreme Court Justice Thomas, Candace Owens, and my fifth one, I know it's somebody I'm leaving out. Damn.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know much about Candace Owens. I don't know much about anything. No. I know that she's
why is he making this video? Like, what? Like, this is what I also don't understand. What if you don't know anything about Candace Owens, the quintessential black conservative who is like the linchpin for this entire conversation in the first place? Why are we even talking about this? Who are you to decide who is the most pro and anti-black?
Conservative. She was with the Daily Wire and now isn't. We're going to talk about that in a second. The thing that I saw most recently from her is like the interview that she did with Andrew Tate, where she basically like didn't press him on anything, which is like, oh, is there something to be said about her journalistic integrity? Maybe. But yeah, I guess she's known for saying, by some people's standards, some fairly outlandish things.
By some people's look it up. Look it up. Look it up and then take a stand on something. Is that crazy? Am I crazy for expecting this of a person making a piece of content?
My standards sometimes even included. Sometimes she can say some pretty head-ass stuff, where sometimes it's like, do you really believe that, or are you just saying it to like say shit?
Dinosaurs, that seems pretty fake and gay.
The biggest reason why she probably gets labeled the kind of like race traitor label, or like the label, so to speak, is most pronounced because of her coverage of what happened with George Floyd.
What I find despicable to be is that everyone is pretending that this man lived a heroic lifestyle when he didn't, and I want to talk about what his lifestyle was leading up to this moment, and why I refuse to accept the narrative that this person is a martyr.
There's a video of Candace trying to pronounce the word macabre. I'm pretty sure that's what she said.
community, and that we should be buying t-shirts with his name on it. Okay, 1998 he spent 10 months in prison for theft.
I have not heard Jason Lee try to pronounce machete.
With a firearm.
To be fair, English is a stupid language. Sometimes words are different for no reason, you know?
That was the first prison stint that I could find on him. In 2002, he spent 8 months in prison for a
Anyway, I don't care about this Can's section. I care. You know, I do want to see if he agrees with her or not.
Doesn't seem like she's entry, which I've for George Floyd, let's say, and then even went on to create a whole documentary, which I've obviously not seen, but I've seen the trailer of, and you know, it doesn't seem like she's speaking the most favorably, and it seems like other people may have that too. And you know, insofar that you consider George Floyd to be a kind of like symbol of black people being oppressed, her putting this forward, I'm sure by many people's standards, are like, you know, throw away the black card, you know, this is a symbol to us and you're ruining him, tarnishing him, although obviously by Candace Owens' perspective, let's say, you know, she thinks she's doing the good thing.
You guys knew him best.
No, that's not why people, you know, call Candace Owens the C word. Not because she's tarnishing and ruining the legacy of this great grand person, right? It doesn't matter how good of a person George Floyd is, literally, at all. Right? She's siding with the fascist police state that, you know, consistently kills, right, unarmed black people who pose no threat to them with no accountability. That doesn't, that's regardless of whatever George Floyd has done or hasn't done.
So, who was George Floyd?
A lot of other things to be taken into consideration. If we're going by Dr. Umar's standard of as maximally pro-black as one can be, you know, not getting with the whites, not sleeping with the oppressor, her husband is a Caucasian. And then there's also kind of like stories that she's spoken about where she's kind of had like run-ins when she was younger with, my impression would be black women, but maybe it's black people in general, where like they essentially chastised her for being not black enough. And it kind of seems like she's still, there's a part of her that still feels a little bit tight about it. A little bit.
And the reason I go after them is because I do believe that these women, for example, Cardi B, are contributing to the corrosion of society. Very much bullied by black women for no reason. I never had any drama, never said anything to them, but I talked about this frequently in the past, but also in my book, I described how for being smart, there was like a crime for being smart. And I've spoken about how this girl sort of made fun of me in the lunchroom, how she called me over to the lunch table and in front of this whole table of black girls that were in her classroom, made fun of me for not knowing the lyrics to a rap song, considered my relationship with black women over the years of my schooling. And I realized that much of that behavior of not liking me because of this invisible social contract.
This is the funniest thing for Candace Owens to say. This is Candace Owens literally had a lawsuit that involved the NAACP because she experienced racism from white girls, right, when she was a child. But it's not like Candace Owens, you know, makes a holistic statement about like all, you know, white people or white women being bad because of her experience with a few you know, her white classmates. When it comes to black women, then it's like, oh, you know, this is what the problem with all these black women, you know.
Candace does not act black enough. Candace speaks proper English. Candace, I don't know, likes books and isn't partaking enough in hip hop culture.
Candace speaks proper English, also macabre.
It still exists.
I think the other thing then to take into consideration is because usually when people get labeled to being as a or race traitor, it's usually because they do something that is to the detriment of black people and the benefit of white people, or, you know, their paycheck comes from white people. They're speaking to white people particularly, and they're like selling out their own people, so to speak, selling out their own beliefs. You know, they're tap dancing against their actual wants, let's say. So based on that, I think it's important to take into account that, as far as I can tell, Candace Owens isn't necessarily the kind of person to dance for money, particularly from the white man.
Based on what? She worked at the Daily Wire for years, giving them license to do anti-blackness. Based on that one clip. Yeah. Oh, also he said he know nothing about her. Bro. Bro.
Willy-nilly, because pretty famously, within the past year or so, she like left the Daily Wire, you know, that conservative, you know, Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh and whatever, and they've tried to keep it pretty stum.
She did not leave. She was fired for being anti-Israel. Like that's it.
Of why that is, but it seems pretty obvious that there were editorial disagreements, let's say, between them.
Was she fired, or did she leave of her own volition?
I'm not going to speak to this topic, Pierce.
At all?
At all.
And that seems to be because, you know, Daily Wire, or moreover, almost paramountly, Ben Shapiro is like pretty pro-Israel or whatever, and it seems that Candace is like, well, maybe Israel aren't necessarily the good guys.
When you hear these people in your government saying this, you should know how fraudulent they are, because they all...
But he's using this as proof to be like, well, see, maybe she's not actually tap dancing for money. Based on what? So the last, 12 years of Candace Owens working at the behest of either working for the Daily Wire or defending white supremacy are just meaningless because she got fired in 2024 for, you know, being anti-Israel.
Are taking money from Israel. A country should not be able to lobby to get what they want and control.
Also,
our
she's not only
go,
anti-Israel. Yeah, but that's all they care about. That's it. That's all. That's all they care about. Like in the at the Daily Wire, they don't care about her being anti-black. They don't care about her being anti-Semitic. You know, they hired her for being black. That's the reason why she's there. They only care about the fact that she's anti-Israel.
Jewish. No, you're just the only country that's allowed to do it. There's no other country that's allowed to do this but Israel. AIPAC is the only American Israel PAC, whatever it is allowed to spend $100 million in our elections and not be called names.
To me, that conveys that there is a standing on business, you know, standing up for her beliefs, and, you know, even though presumably
this has nothing to do with black people. Just because she's very clearly and openly anti-Semitic, but just because she's anti-Israel and she got fired for being anti-Israel, it just shows, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she knew where the tide was shifting and she knows where to put her eggs, right, in the anti-Israel basket, because she knows that it would be well for her career, and look, it was. FD clock his ass. What did FD say about this person?
presumably she was like contractually obligated. She, you know, ducked out of it and then started her own thing, which I think conveys a certain level of
you're watching Leighton,
individuality.
He sucks. How does everybody know about this guy? What did I miss? They didn't say anything to him. He just called Clandis to see where to took in. Oh, that's true. I don't wear in the same boat. I just found him yesterday, sir. Resident Light and Centrist. I've never heard about this guy. I mean, you're probably gonna see more of him because he made an anti-Hassan video. So wait for it to hit 500,000 views real quick. Man, I need to get on the anti-Hassan grind. To be fair, it wasn't just anti-Hassan. It was anti-Hassan and Vosh and Destiny and FD Signifier, I guess, and Big Joel and he's just a centrist. It's just he's an enlightened centrist.
And not dancing to the beat of the drum of other people, and those other people being whites, particularly because that's what she's kind of like tarred and feathered with sometimes. I think sometimes, though, she does still kind of go a bit hard in the paint with disparaging black. It's kind of tricky because, again, like, she thinks that she's doing the right thing, but I do think that maybe she still does kind of have.
No, she doesn't. How would you know? You don't know her. You've seen like 3 clips. you can't start this section off of being like, I don't know anything about Candace Owens, but also it does feel like she actually does feel like she's doing the right thing. So like you don't know her. How would you know? Anyway, okay, we're gonna skip the rest of this. We're gonna skip the rest of this to get to FD signifier section.
Eater, FD signifier. I'm gonna keep it a bean. I have not ever watched a FD signifier video and thought, that was a good expenditure of my time. With that being said, personal biases put aside, let me elaborate a bit before. You know, I've mentioned him a couple times throughout the video, and I mentioned about, you know, his insistence, for instance, on calling, like, ABBA a coon, and it doesn't even stop there. There have been other instances where he's called other people race traitors, like Kidology, for instance.
The video wasn't about trashing Kidology explicitly. Like, this is not kind to Kidology. She will not enjoy watching this video, and I'm not going to try to, like, gaslight into thinking that this was a nice thing to do, right? Or this is a kind thing to do.
My channel was reported. I lost subscribers. I lost the majority of my income. And this was all a result of the things that FD said in his response to my video and directly to me. The views on my original video suddenly stopped entirely, and all the views went to his out of context reaction to particular statements I'd made. They determine who is truly black and who isn't, which in their eyes gives them the authority to—
You can't, okay. This is a problem with Kidology and a problem with this guy as well. You can't just do anti-blackness and expect nobody to call you out for it. You can't. You can't. I watched FD Signifier's video on Kidology, right? You can't say the shit that she was saying in that video and expect people to be like, oh, okay, and not get called out for it. Right? But you also know that this person is not going to show what FD Signifier said about her video, like it said in her video, like in response to her video. He's not going to show what Kidology said in her video, right? He's just vaguely gesturing to like FD Signifier being a bad guy by only showing Kidology's reaction to it. And that's the only clip so far that we've seen of FD Signifier's content. Right? And honestly, like, I think not liking FD Signifier is a bigger self-report than like not liking Hassan is. Because at no point was FD Signifier being like, oh, I decide who is black and who is not black.
use the exact same kind of derogatory racist language that creates the very divisions they claim to want to overcome in the first place.
Also, stay in Brent's place. Y'all are so quick to speak on Black American issues. You're not one of us. Stay over there. Talk about your own issues. Your stabbings and your freaking fish and chips or something.
The problem with like as a token.
It depends on what position the token is in.
Not only is a racist slur, it is also described.
Yes, when it's used by non-black people to describe black people. You cannot escape anti-blackness by, you cannot escape accountability by just claiming anti-blackness from black people.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
You can't.
I live when I believe.
Mango Breezy just subscribed. SDA.
It kind of sounds like you want to, and here, we can see the FTC. I think he might have taken it down, actually. I guess well. Yeah. Yeah, he might have taken it down. You notice we kept their videos up though.
The left needs to up.
This is the video that she made. It was just kindly do better. Right, where she was like, yeah, just chatting.
All right. I mean, I thought we was gonna go about this a little different.
I was
Cool.
unlisted.
It's don't nobody go over there talking shit.
Yeah, so we're gonna, like, for real though, we're gonna be kind in the chat.
And they covered, I remember watching this when they covered this.
I'm not about to have any content I put out. I've tried reacting to stuff before, and I always out if I'm real.
It's
behavior. Y'all hear?
Christmas Day. 1000% yes. There is no rest for the wicked. I was rather sad to.
Let's get to this part.
And essentially, like when it comes to like that, were exclusively white people because white people can, you know, kind of be more racially androgynous if they choose to be. For me, like I can't just be like, "Hey, everyone, I'm white." Like, have you seen the you know, that the Atlanta clip?
As it is. That is, white individuals who are on the right are not told that they must feel guilty. They are not told about their privilege. They are not told to check themselves or that they have all the power. Their identity as a white individual.
She's okay. She was just defending whiteness here. She was like, the right never tells you. You know, I'll play this part. I think it's a good section to talk about.
The left needs to up its.
Right, where's it at?
Don't do that.
I think another thing which the right has in its favor, especially today, is that it accepts whiteness as an identity, as it is. That is, white individuals who are on the right are not told that they must feel guilty. They are not told about their privilege. They are not told to check themselves or that they have all the power. Their identity as a white individual who may be patriotic, who may be family and traditionally oriented, who may be heterosexual and happy in kind of very clearly defined gender roles, is seen as a good and acceptable thing. And I think especially for the large cohort of individuals whom the contemporary left in North America and in Northern Europe has neglected, namely the white working class, definitely find an identity and allegiance in that with the right.
Yeah, the left in North America and in Northern Europe neglects the white working class, never talks about them. The most neglected group of people, the white working class. Sure. This is the entire video, by the way. This is the entire video. And so Kidology made this video and was getting called out on it, right, by FD signifiers and other. And she was being called a coon for making this video because she's saying white people need to be accepted as they are, and whiteness needs to be seen as a what'd she say? As like a valid ethnic identity. Like, you can't talk about whiteness without talking about how it was created and the superstructure that it was that it benefits from, white supremacy. And if you are a person who subscribes to that system of oppression, right, you should be chastised for it. You shouldn't be chastised for being a white person. You should be chastised for engaging with and lauding the fact that you are a part of the you know, the hegemonic power. You are a part of the you know, the oppressor class, and you were unwilling to let go of that, right? Because it grants you power, and you're just saying the left needs to just accept that, right? Like, basically saying stop talking about white privilege. It makes white people sad. And she's mad the left is not talking about white privilege. And that's it. We need to be nicer to white people. And talking about white people privilege makes them sad, and it's no bueno. It's not good. Right? But that's the video that FD signifier is responding to. Of course, this guy doesn't show that video. This guy doesn't show FD signifier's response. It only shows Kidology's response to FD signifier's response to that video. And he also primed his audience of being like, this guy kind of sucks. I've never had an enjoyable time watching this person's video.
By the Jim Crow Museum of Racist Memorabilia as follows. The caricature is one of the most insulting of all anti-black caricatures. The name itself, an abbreviation of raccoon, is dehumanizing. My channel was impacted by FD's disproportionate response to my video because it was—
What do you mean by disproportionate response? You put a video out, he reacted to it. What do you mean disproportionate response? You put a video out. Why is she positioning as like, I'm the victim here? FD Signifier victimized me by reacting to the video that I put out, chastising black people for being mean to white people and calling out white privilege. You have to way harder than necessary. Yeah, first react gate was you don't react enough. Now the second react gate is you react too much. And FD Signifier was reacting too much to this. The entire video she edited and uploaded was taken out of context. Yeah, even though they sat down on a stream and reacted to the entire thing, he only reacted to out of context sections of it, I guess. Sure.
Wasn't the right kind of black for him.
My personal—
No, you were defending white supremacy. You were not like a wrong kind of black. You were defending white supremacy. You can't defend white supremacy and then be like, oh, you're coming at me for defending white supremacy? You must be anti-black because I'm black and you're anti-me.
Displeasure for him aside, even I can ascertain that, you know, he is, in a way, to the black community, insofar that you want to call it that, as, I don't know, ContraPoints is to the trans community. He's like the most prominent black voice, I suppose. And, you know, given his...
also, this is like not true. Like on YouTube, maybe, but like FD Signifier is not like the most prominent black to exist. Like, what are we talking about?
Go analyzing black media and black whatever, like that's how he's positioning himself and or is positioned by his audience, you know. If you want to hear the black take, you go to FD Signifier, you know. Supposedly, anyway.
What? Okay, also, this is white supremacy, by the way. This guy's doing white supremacy. You can't be a black person talking about black... It's just the same thing people are saying about sinners, right? You can't be a black person talking about black issues without being positioned as like, you know, a woke spokesperson who is the only voice worth listening to or whatever. Like, he's a black person speaking about what he experiences in media and what he sees in society. And somehow that's like unacceptable because he's doing that. You're allowed to talk about your lived experience.
Because as self-described by himself, he has actually watched his audience become whiter over time, which is something that he seems somewhat upset by.
My viewers and subscribers have indicated to me that they are much whiter than they used to be just a couple of years ago. And I've also come to accept that there's probably nothing I can do to stop it.
Is there an argument to be made that FD Signifier is dancing for the white man? After all, the majority of it? No. Like, that's dumb, and commentary channels, hence why I was doing that voice, are kind of fucking dumb too. FD Signifier dancing for the white man? You sound fucking stupid. He's not as militantly pro-black as somebody like Dr. Umar, for instance. FD Signifier is okay with interracial dating, after all. What a race... No, I'm kidding. Ostensibly pro-black, or a certain kind of it anyway. He's definitely the kind of person that would also like throw somebody out of the umbrella of black people if they're not the kind of black person that he likes. Again, ABBA, and then the run-ins with Kidology.
Yeah, because they both do white supremacy. What are we talking about? Like, one, no, FD Signifier will not like throw people out of the umbrella of being black. Right? He acknowledges them. If you watch the video, right? If you watch the black conservative video, FD Signifier acknowledges them as black, that it's kind of a core part of them being a black conservative. Their blackness is an integral part of who they are, right? But they are black people who are willing to, you know, grift and put themselves in a higher status and position so that they can succeed while putting down the rest of the totality of the community. But again, he did not watch the video. He's going purely off of what Kidology is saying. Also, he doesn't like the term coon. That's it. Which is fine. You don't have to like the term. But like, this idea that FD Signifier is like positioning himself as like the pro-black king who is deciding who is and who is not black, right, is silly. He's analyzing the role that Abba and Preach and Kidology and Candace Owens and Jesse Lee Peterson and Andrew Tate and all of these people play and utilizing their blackness to shield themselves from criticism in the first place. That's literally what they're doing here, right? This guy is utilizing and weaponizing Kidology and Abba and Preach's anti-black, like blackness, right, to shield them from criticism of their anti-blackness. You cannot criticize these people and call them what they are, which is people who are utilizing white supremacy, right, and defending white supremacy, because if you do that, then you're trying to say that they're not black for some reason.
Probably a bunch of other shit that I'm not privy to because I do not follow him or anyone that religiously to give a shit, but probably A tier in the pro-black whatever. I just find him a bit unsavory, or his content at least. I don't know his character or his person overall. However, if you wanted to, I don't know, get more of an understanding as to why I don't really like, at the very least, his content, you could probably watch my video called The Video Essay Project.
Oh my goodness. He's sending us down a trail, bro. We're watching this video to get your thoughts about why you don't like his content. You sent us here. You sent us here. From the last video we just saw. This video, this one, sent us to this video for why you don't like FD Signifier, and now he's sending us to a different video about why he doesn't like FD Signifier. Gosh darn it.
They go by many names.
And it's an hour long. Where's the freaking FD Signifier portion at?
Like ContraPoints, FD Signifier, myself even, that all have master's degrees, for example. But then this kind of disregards the people that don't necessarily come from an academic background that no doubt are also making good, high quality video essays. I don't have a database of people that do and don't have degrees because I'm not the fucking feds, bro. I'm merely saying that video essays...
Okay, he doesn't even talk about him here. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. What about he's never a part of the section he's covering? He's in black or pro-black, not a video essayist, not a bread tuber, just a guy. Yeah, he also never takes a position either. He never takes a position. He's just like, yeah, I just showed you a clip. And I'm also not going to take a position on this. But if you were to take a position, this is what you could take, potentially. You take a position and it's clear what it is? No, he doesn't. He takes a position on like not liking FD Signifier. That's the first position that we've seen him take this entire time you've seen his content. Anyway, we're not gonna continue belaboring this point. But man, oh man, this guy kind of sucks. Also, his hair also kind of sucks. And Kanye, I guess, and that he hates Hassan. Well, he never said that he hated Hassan. What a fun little aside that we engaged with. Where's it at? So they missed the opportunity to talk about the black experience in the UK. If they wouldn't go to an American for that perspective, will they go to a Brit for that? Yeah. Anyway, I'll leave my takes there. Yeah. So looking for. I did want to talk about his red flag when he could have left online left with DNV. Yeah. I mean, these guys, he's a centrist. He's a centrist who he's trying to position himself as not that. Anyway, what we're talking about today, I got distracted. TikTok is dead. That was kind of boring. We talk about me going back and forth with liberals on Twitter yesterday. That's always an option. No. What we're gonna talk about today is we're going to talk about Hank Green. Because I can say that I'm always valid. Always valid in not liking people. I've never been wrong about this yet. Liberals are going crazy because they're still trying to cope that Kamala Harris was doing everything in her power to win. He deleted the tweets? Yes, he did. So there's this tweet that says, it was this simple, all of this could have been avoided. And then Madeline Pennison says, were you guys having the same election as the rest of us? And it shows some clips of like, Harris says she's tougher than Trump on the border. Kamala Harris claims that she's tougher than Donald Trump. Yeah, it's wild that that lady tried to win the election. And then Osmax responded, she should have spent it humanizing immigrants as people, like Zoran has. Most people are more open to a path of citizenship being made available than mass deportation, just harder than this, Hank. And he said, I hope that strategy would work nationally, but I do not think it would. No way to know for sure, of course. Politicians drive the national mood more than they realize. Right? You're tweeting with Osnox? Yes. And this person says, I don't understand how you could say politicians drive the national mood more than they realize, while also trying to say it's unfair to point out that Kamala and Biden were pushing that mood in the same direction. I was agreeing with you and softening my stance. Right? It's not like offensively bad, but I think it's important to note that she didn't try to win. What is the point of relitigating this election when the numbers clearly state there was record low voter turnout and the Dems lost the popular vote by a wide margin? Why do liberals keep historically lying about this? I never heard that word before. That's a new word to my bank. Thank you, Cheddar. Because they are trying to find someone to blame. They want to imagine a world where this is not happening, right? It's also important to note that they are so quick to imagine a world where this is not happening, even though this was literally happening like under Democratic presidents as well. That's why people were getting mad at my tweet when I said that they funded this. Right? People kept quoting this to me. Right? Where I said, you funded this, you fucks. And this person says, cap, showing boosting ICE funding is bipartisan, corrected scale. Right? Which, this does not disprove what I was saying. What does the blue here mean? We would never have gotten to this if this never happened. If they would have abolished it here in 2022, this would never have happened. There would be nothing to fund. This does not prove your point. It proves my point. At the very least, the other guy who quoted this to me tried to cut out this part of it. They funded ICE. They did. You're not disproving me. Just because the Republicans funded it more does not mean the Democrats did not set the stage for this happening. Right? As Hank Green said, and eventually came around to, politicians drive the national mood. Because the Democrats gave up on the immigration fight, right? Because the Democrats gave up on the fight against immigration and conceded and ceded ground there, conceded to the Republicans on it, right? The Democratic base also started to be like, maybe we do need deportations. Maybe these deportations are important. And then that's how we get here now. It's very clear cause and effect. Cause and effect. We do not live in a vacuum of 2025 non-existing. Or being the only year that exists. There's no history before 2025. Now, I'm going to clap it. I'll get it eventually. The scale is so bad. The scale is fine. It's fine. Presumably. No, you're right. It is bad. Hold on. Let me check. No, it's fine. Relatively. It make no sense. It doesn't make any sense. But it is proportional at the very least. Like this 60 is 10 of the 10s. Sorry. This 60 billion is 6 of the 10 billions here. Right? It's 2 of the 30 billion. That is correct, at least. Right? But like, this literally proves my point. It shows the Democrats did fund ICE. Freaking gnat. Did I get it? I don't think I did. I didn't. Did I get it? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. I see it's over there now. I'm gonna get it eventually at some point. Shouldn't 2021 be blue, or was it voted for the previous administration? That's what I thought as well. I don't know either. GG leftist till Nat, 100%. 100%. Vaya, thank you for the 15 months, and Mango Breeze, thank you for the prime. Also, I can't hear my alerts. Turn them up a little bit. Also, who cares if abolish ICE is popular or not? We are compromising on human rights violations so that we can get more voters. It's insanely unprincipled. Chatter, these are literally people who were fine with genocide and voting in favor of genocide. So, nothing surprises me anymore. What's the gray? Honestly, I don't know. I maybe it's holdover Obama funding. So they just don't want to make it blue because it make them look bad. They didn't want to make it blue. Yes, basically. Anyway, speaking of my Twitter post, I want to talk about the I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this, and I want to talk about this. We'll start with this one. There's this tweet which is basically this screenshot of this person calling Clarence Thomas hard R N-word on Twitter. And then this person says, and that's how pissed off I am. Drop the N-word and people react. I'm not racist either, just making a point. Right? This tweet is whatever, you know. Got 4,000 quote tweets. Or retweets, who knows? But this person, that's insane. This is Bashir Stan. This was the preview of Woke 2.0. Conservatives aren't ready for what's about to happen. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? You just imply you're gonna start saying the N-word to black conservatives? I guess. In which case I responded and I was like, one day we will go 24 hours without white leftists making slur slinging a core part of their political ideology. But alas, that day is not today. Because it is not today. This was entirely, you didn't have to admit this. Like, they're like, yeah, we're Woke 2.0. And this is literally what I was talking about with my video with Taylor Lorenz. Right? We're talking about literally exactly this. And there was people in the comment section being like, we're not saying slurs. I thought Woke 2.0 was just being mean to conservatives. It's not about saying slurs. I was like, oh really? Oh my freaking goodness. I don't want to see your stupid shorts. Stop shoving your stupid shorts down my freaking face. YouTube, please. I can't search for anything without it being like, did you want to see the shorts for this? No. I searched this for a reason. What is this video? Dark woke inside the left's turn to bigotry. Focus on centering their voices instead of, right? Where me and Taylor talk about exactly this. Dark woke is just people wanting to say slurs again. That's it. Dark woke is just people wanting to say slurs. Proven correct once again. And they'll try to pretend like that's not the case, but we get proven correct all the time. If it turns Woke 2.0 and Dark Woke, I get the ick. I mean, yeah, because Woke is already a bastardized version of itself that was already stolen to dunk on dunk on black people, and then stolen to dunk on like liberals. Stolen from black people. And now white leftists and white liberals are now taking woke and reattributing it to themselves as dark woke, which is just them just saying the N-word, I guess. Cognizant dark woke movement was using Indian stereotypes to attack people on Twitter. Yeah. But hey, that's their dark woke king, chat. They'll never let you forget it. He's the only person doing good work fighting against Trump. Saying slurs. The good dark woke is freaking Connery's Pants. Connery's Pants does what Cognizant tries to do, but you know, he doesn't have to sell out marginalized communities to do it. But we like to pretend like, no, you don't understand. We have to accept Kyle Klinsky dropping slurs and reinforcing stereotypes. Connery's Republicans. But yeah, so that's part of what I wanted to show you today. I also Mango Breeze, thank you for the 32 months. I did miss that. I think I got the rest of them though. I did also want to show. Show this, which is this is Hutch quote tweeting my tweet saying that you funded this, saying you decided that the best course of action in 2024 was to actively help Trump win. Nobody forced you to do this, not Kamala, not the Dems. You saw the two options and decided that you were going to at best you were at best indifferent to what Trump promised he was going to do. And then he showed this tweet. And this is funny because like this is my this is a tweet that I stand by 100% fully. Right? I said not voting for Kamala would not stop the genocide of Palestinians, but Kamala could pledge to end support for the genocide by instituting an arms embargo, and I would not be voting for her until she does just that. Checkmate liberals, remove Kamala. Right? It's so funny because like I'm right. I'm correct. I am correct. And it's the best thing about this is if they insinuate that I didn't vote for Kamala Harris, they have to admit that Kamala Harris didn't do any of this. Because if they thought that Kamala Harris pledged to end support for the genocide and pledged to institute an arms embargo, then I voted for her. What's the issue? What's the problem? If you think that she did that, I voted for her. Right? But you claiming that I didn't vote for her means that you know that she didn't do that. You know she didn't do that. And she could have. It was literally that simple. It is so insanely simple. She could have. She could have done that. She didn't, but she could have. She was so committed to committing a genocide that she let this happen right now as opposed to stopping it. It was a win-win situation. If I'm oh so powerful that I can sway the course of the election, right? Even though she lost the popular vote and the electoral college. If I was oh so powerful, I gave them the secret sauce. I said very clearly, right? I will vote for you. Pledge to end support for the genocide. And she was like, we don't need you to win. And then she lost. How is that not Kamala's fault? How? Explain it to me. How is that not Kamala's fault? This was something that she knew. She knew this. She knew the fact that her position was unpopular. And it would have been simple. Simple. A few words. A sentence. I will not support genocide. The fact that she was unwilling to do that showed that she didn't care about what's happening now, right? And she didn't care about the genocide either. This is what I responded, right? I said, I spent all of every moment of the election pressuring the Democrats to take a winning position. I, unlike you idiots, saw the writing on the wall and tried to stop it. My only regret was naively thinking the Democrats actually cared about winning. The screenshot isn't even a tough ask. It was simple. I will end the genocide and won't supply arms to Israel. She refused to do that. She put the lives of Palestinians and the rest of the nation at risk by sticking to what she knew was a losing what they knew was a losing position. She threw. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If fucking losers like Hutch and the rest of the liberal Democratic base put pressure on Kamala to change her position, there's a good chance we wouldn't be here in the first place. But they are all too much of feckless cowards. That's it. That's it. Unlike Hutch, who was like professing how good she was and how the fact that she will never lose, she could never lose, right? I was actually trying to use my platform to pressure her to take a winning position so that she could win, right? I didn't want Kamala to lose. I never wanted Kamala to lose. I've never sat here and was just like, oh, I need her to lose so I can stick it to her. I wanted her to take a winning position so that, not so that I could vote for her. My vote doesn't matter individually. I wanted her to take a winning position so that other people would vote for her. I knew, and I saw the writing on the wall, that other people in this country were not going to vote for her, right? I literally went on Jubilee, right? Here.
Would you vote for someone
explicitly to say exactly this?
Want to vote for Kamala Harris? Get over it. And I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. She will lose the election if she continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to Republicans. And will I still vote for her or not vote for her in November if she does not move on Israel and if she does not institute an arms embargo to stop the genocide of Palestinians? I will have no choice but to move forward with my decision.
Right? I'm consistent. I wanted her to win. Me. I wanted her to win, not you. While Hutch was running around dunking on leftists being like, yeah, Kamala Harris killed that debate. She has no chance of losing. You leftists are going to eat your words when she comes out and she takes every single swing state ever. Right? While you were doing that, I was putting my feet to ground, right? Foot to pedal, trying to convince them to take a winning position. You were totally fine with supporting genocide and a loser. I didn't want to do either. I didn't want to do either. So they have no idea. No one has any idea of whether or not I voted for Kamala Harris. I think some people do. Right? The position that I took here was purely pragmatic. I think, and I stand by this, if you are a fucking influencer, you have one job. It's your job to say this. Nothing else, this. I've been consistent on it. You can find 12 tweets of me saying this, bro. If you are an influencer and you have influence, and you care about Palestinian lives, you have one job. You are to look the fucking Democrats in the face and say, I will not vote for you fuckers until you stop doing the genocide. Because if you did it, and I did it, and everybody else did it, then theoretically, if the Democrats wanted to win the election, they would listen to us. It's that simple. This is public pressure 101. This is like the basis of politics. We are the base. They are supposed to give us things that we want. If you and I all stood, this is what solidarity means, chat. This is what solidarity means. It is your job and it is my job to stand in solidarity for what we believe in, to try to pressure the Democrats in a certain direction. I don't care if you vote for or don't vote for Kamala Harris. I do not care. I didn't care then and I don't care now. I said it before and I've said it consistently. The decision to vote for or not vote for Kamala Harris, right, should come as you're sitting and you're standing in front of the ballot box with your finger hovering over a name. That's it. Until that point, it is your job, especially if you're an influencer, to put pressure on politicians to change their positions. It is your job to leverage the very little power that you have, right, as a voter, to push your politicians in a certain way. That's it. Replace this with anything else, right? Imagine if it was civil rights on the line, right? Take you back to the 1960s, right? And you had the right to vote for black people on the line. And it would be very simple. You have the politicians who are like, yeah, I support civil rights, but I don't know how I feel about that, right? Would it be crazy, right, as a constituent, as a voter, to be like, if you want my vote, right, mayor, if you want my vote, congressman, you got to support the black people's right to vote. If you don't do that, I'm not voting for you. That's the moral position. The only moral position. Anybody who votes for the politician who doesn't care about black people's right to vote in the civil rights movement, right, is a racist. That's it. That's it. And so the fact that you were so willing to support somebody who very clearly and openly did not and could not say that she would pledge to not send arms to Israel demonstrates what your position on Palestinians are. It's so crazy that some people are like, this option isn't perfect. I'd rather vote for the option that's 20,000 times worse. That's not what's happening though, chatter. This isn't about voting for like Donald Trump. This is about Kamala Harris doing a very simple measure, which is just saying what they're claiming she already believes. Isn't that crazy? They are literally claiming that she believes this. They're claiming that she wanted to do, I was talking about Trump people specifically. Oh, those people are racist though. So like, don't worry about those people, right? They exist. Those Trump voters exist. The people who are like, I want to vote for Trump because I want to kill freaking black people or whatever, those people exist and they will exist. No matter what you or I do or any of us do, they will exist. It is the job of the Democrats to get over that hump, right? And to win an election despite those people. It's that simple. It is that simple. If she believed these things, people keep telling me that, like, oh no, but she's the most pro-Palestinian president we've ever had. First of all, low bar. Or people be like, oh, well, she already promised to do all of that. Okay. If she genuinely did promise to do all of that, then what's your problem with me? I said I would vote for her if she did that. Right? But if you think that she didn't do all of that, right, maybe you should question why she didn't do all of that. My vote was very simple to earn. I didn't even demand any actions, just words, essentially. All she had to say was, I will not give any weapons to Israel. Very simple. She was so committed to genocide that she couldn't even say that. And you think that person who couldn't even say a sentence during the election would actually stand up when states start to stand against her? You know, instituting like abortion bans, right? When they start weaponizing and mobilizing the police against protesters. Sorry, got distracted. I just kept finding more videos of her defending genocide because that's all she was doing. She was literally asked directly, right? This is the perfect video for it. This.
Palestinians.
She was asked directly, will you do anything different from Joe Biden? And she was like, listen, we just got to get the deal done. You know, I don't plan to. This is actually not even this. This is something different, right? This is another one. Hold on. That one's on The View. Here.
Madam Vice President, just to follow up really quickly, is there a specific...
So EJ Acker, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated.
Change. But Madam Vice President, just to follow up really quickly, is there a specific policy change that you, as President of the United States, would say you would do that would help this along? Because you've gotten a lot of credit for emphasizing the humanity of Palestinians. But what I often hear from folks is that there's no policy change that either you or President Biden have gone and said they would do. Is there a specific policy change as president that you would do in our helping of Israel?
We need to get this deal done. and we need to get it done immediately. And that is my position, and that is my policy. We need to get this deal done.
But in the way that we send weapons, in the way that we interact as their ally, are there specific policy changes?
Well, Eugene, for example, one of the things that we have done that I am entirely...
If she said yes, she would fulfill the requirements of this tweet. Is that difficult? People are so quick to try to hold like their fellow citizenry accountable for like what is very clearly a failure on the part of the politician. Is that difficult? Is that out of line for voters to believe?
Supportive of is the pause that we've put on the 2,000-pound bombs. And so there is some leverage that we have had and used. But ultimately, the thing that is going to unlock everything else in that region is getting this deal done. And I'm not going to disclose private conversations, but I will tell you I've had direct conversations with the Prime Minister, with the President of Israel, with Egyptian leaders, and with our allies. And I think we've made ourselves very clear this deal needs to get done in the best interest of everyone in the region, including getting those hostages out who, I mean, we saw the latest example of what happened with the six most recently, one of whom was an American citizen.
But what do you say to those that say that's not enough, that stopping the 2,000-pound bombs the one time wasn't enough, that this administration, your possible administration, has to do more?
Well, we are doing the work of putting the pressure on all parties involved to get the deal done. But let me be very clear also. I support Israel's ability to defend itself. And I support the need for Palestinians to have dignity, self-determination, and security as we move forward and get a two-state deal done. But right now, the thing we need to get done is this hostage deal and this ceasefire deal. We need a ceasefire. We need the hostage deal.
And we saw what happened with the hostage deal that was signed in the last days of Biden's administration, and how Israel very flagrantly and openly violated it numerous times. Right? So what evidence does anybody have, any liberal have, that like, even if the deal got done, that the Democrats wouldn't just roll over and let Israel violate the deal, just like the Trump administration is doing now? There's just zero evidence. It's all wish casting. It's all wish casting. There is absolutely zero evidence that Kamala Harris, right, stood for Palestinians, would stand for Palestinians, would stop funding Israel, right? And part of the reason why she never felt like she needed to is because people like Hutch would support her regardless. That's part of the issue. The Democrats don't feel the need to do any of this stuff because they know that useful idiots like Hutch will just, sign on to the boat anyway. Like, well, I'm here for the long ride. Vote blue no matter who. You're my person. If the Democratic base actually stood for something, if the liberals in the base actually stood for something and actually tried to hold their politicians accountable, right? Maybe they would feel the need to listen to us. But they don't care. They don't care about Palestinians. They don't care about ICE. They don't care. They don't. You also realize that this is not a response to my tweet. Where's it at? This. He also doesn't refute that, like, yeah, the Democrats still funded this. I don't care what you have to say about it, Hutch. The Democrats still funded ICE. You can cry and kick and scream. You can pull up as many tweets as you want to. You can't change reality. You cannot change reality. The Democrats still funded ICE. What you're seeing here is a direct result of what the Democrats were totally okay with. What you're seeing here is a direct result with what the Democrats were fine with, what Democrats set the stage for. They did it under Obama, they did it under Biden. None of this would be happening if the Democrats actually stood for something. And they will continue to lose. You can cry about leftists all you want to. You can cry about third-party voters, cry about non-voters. You can cry about people who voted for Kamala Harris, but just was a little bit too mean to her, I guess. Because the goalpost always shifts, right? It's always, oh, you didn't vote for Kamala Harris. And you're like, oh, I did vote for Kamala Harris. It's like, oh, well, you didn't vote hard enough for her. And you didn't tell your audience they needed to vote for her. And you didn't campaign for her. She lost to the couch. These people are unserious. They are unserious people. They don't want to win. And they don't care about this either. The audacity of a fucking white man to kind of try to tell me about what I supported and me supporting Trump or whatever, when he's totally fine selling out these fucking communities, when he's sitting back in his fucking 200 viewer Andy, fall off from his fucking COD days, has the audacity to come to me and try to tell me about what I'm supporting Trump and helping Trump get elected. You were totally fine with selling out marginalized people, right? And coming out oppressed people for trying to make a better world and better future so that you can sit in comfortability in your fucking status quo. The fucking audacity of a white man, right? He's just mad because his life is a little bit more uncomfortable now. That's it. Under the Democratic administrations, when life still sucks for black and brown people, when black people are still being gunned down by police, while immigrants are still being separated from their families, Hutch is totally fine with that, right? Hutch is totally okay with that. Completely okay with that. Totally fine with that. Which is why he's totally against anybody trying to do anything to try to hold them accountable, right? Because his comfortability will be threatened. That's why he wants the status quo. If the country goes more left, right, to a more socialistic direction, right, he will lose the privilege that his whiteness affords him, so he hates that. The country goes more right, he obviously will lose everybody loses the privileges that's afforded by normalcy, right? So he wants the status quo. He's firmly planted in centrist liberalism in the Democratic Party because he wants status quo. He wants to be comfortable. And anybody to the left of him who is trying to, get a better world makes him uncomfortable because then he has to be seen as equal to a black person. His white privilege won't be afforded in a world that is a working class focused, socialistic economy. That's why he wants this comfortability. That's why anybody who ever tries to ever make the world a little bit more leftist, make the world a little bit more progressive. That's it. That's it. That's why he spends all of his time not defending marginalized people. I want you to scroll through Hutch's timeline. You won't see him calling out the Trump administration. You won't. You'll see him yelling at leftists about, oh, you made this happen in the first place. Go back to when Biden was in office. You will see the same thing. Biden, a Democratic president, is in office and he's still screaming at leftists. Still, he did it for 4 years. 4 years. You had a Democratic president and you had 4 years of Hutch screaming at leftists for trying to make the world a better place. Right? The first 2 years, it's like, oh, he just got in office. Let him cook. Leave him be. He just got in office. The last 2 years, well, we're gearing up for the election. So, you can't ask for anything because you're making it harder for them to win by trying to hold them accountable. That's it. That's literally it. Literally it. This is his only role here is a spoiler. Right? He's literally the Kirsten Sinema of online politics. His goal is just to keep screaming at leftists, right? Because Hutch is not organizing. Hutch is not an activist. He's not. The amount of influence that Hutch has legitimately had on the modern day society, right, is minuscule. It's it. Hutch does not talk to working class people. Hutch does not try to address their concerns. Hutch just cries about leftists online. He's not an organizer. He's not an activist. He's just a liberal influencer online who cries online about how scary the left is for trying to get the Democrats to be successful. He's a forever loser because he's attached to the forever loser party. That's it. Hutch straight up said he doesn't care about local elections. That is not surprising at all. But if you have a clip, I would love to see it. Hutch does not get enough beef for just being wrong. Objectively wrong. Objectively wrong. Is what I posted here. Where's it at? About the debate she had with Donald Trump. Right? Again, left bashing, because that's all he does. Right? Hutch doesn't even talk about politics if it's not about left bashing. But Hassan said, oh, this is so bad. And then Hutch was like, this is how you know she crushed it. You also had Hutch, where's it at? I saw a couple of tweets. Here, doing this. Right? Don't vote for her. You are not necessary to this coalition and we will get it done without you. Fuck you expecting us to do. Beg, LOL. October 15th, 2024. While Hutch was doing this, I was doing, I think I closed the tab. I did. This.
Would you vote for someone held specifically? And I understand over it. And I think that this should be a message.
I was making messages on 10 million subscriber platforms to Kamala Harris to get her to get to a winning position while Hutch was being like, huh, don't vote for her. Don't vote for her. You're not necessary to this coalition. So which is it, Hutch? Are we so... Did I make Kamala Harris lose the election, or were we not necessary to the coalition? Did you not, or did you need us, Hutch? Maybe you should have begged. Maybe you should have begged. Maybe you should have begged. Maybe you should have listened to us. Objectively wrong. Hutch is perfect for the Democrats. Objectively wrong. Wrong and a loser. Nobody should listen to him. Just like Kamala Harris. Hutch and Kamala Harris and freaking Hillary Clinton should all be put into this box of thrown away because they are useless and nobody should listen to them because they are objectively wrong. You're telling me in October of 2024, you had this take. You know what I was saying here? The exact opposite.
Who might not want to vote for Kamala Harris, get over it. And I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. She will lose the election if she continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to Republicans.
And guess what she did? She lost the election because she placated to the right and pandered to Republicans. Oh, wow. That's so Raven Flash. Only one of us is a serious person here. Only one of us is a serious person here, and it's not Hutch. It's not. And so long as the Democrats keep listening to people like Hutch, they will continue to lose elections. Is it? They will continue to lose elections. I'm tweeting this. The version of Hutch, Dems, and Power actually listened to Matt Iglesias and Ezra Klein. So you actually know what you're talking about? Yeah. I'm not captured by party interests. I actually care about working class people and protecting all working class people. Yeah, Kanaji might take that a certain type of way, yeah. And the trash emoji? No, this is all I need. He's just so dumb. And wrong. Like, objectively wrong. Anyway, I was still right about this, and I stand on it 10 toes down. I was proven correct. Hutch, in a perfect world, and if Hutch had a modicum of shame and was not fueled by pure white man audacity, he would leave the internet and stop talking. If I got embarrassed to the tune that Hutch is embarrassed, right, with screenshots of me just being wrong so consistently, I'd do the world a favor and just leave the internet. That's it. For a couple years ago, I went back, checked my laws. And I was 100%, 110,000% right. In 2019, 2020, college out. Yeah. Go back to making trick shots in COD. COD's a dead game. Anyway, that's the Hutch thing. Also here, we'll watch this one first as well.
It's a love fest on The View as Kamala Harris continued her media blitz today.
It's wonderful to see you.
It's wonderful to see
And look at how
all
we're
of
all
you.
dressed so.
Yes.
She's taking heat for the way she answered this question.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Though you say every day you're going to turn
Not a thing that comes to mind? I wonder why she lost. I wonder why she lost. It was your fault? You're right. Completely my fault. I have all power. I can sway elections unilaterally. This is why everyone needs to listen to me. How's it going?
the page, and then all of a sudden saying you can't think of anything comes to mind that you would do differently.
Dumbest answer so far. Donald Trump ranted on social media. For starters, the border disaster, loss of respect all over the globe, and much more. And she praised actress Maya Rudolph's portrayal of her on SNL.
We have got momentum. She's so good.
Yeah.
She's so good.
Next up, Howard Stern, a big Trump critic.
Do you feel the pressure of the moment? I believe the entire future of this country right now, I think it's literally on the line.
I literally lose sleep and have been over what is at stake in this election.
Tonight, she'll join Stephen Colbert, who is also no fan of Donald Trump's. Now, despite facing tough questions on 60 Minutes, her critics on Fox News are slamming Harris for doing mostly softball interviews at a time of crisis.
Some would call it a comedy tour.
Meanwhile, former First Lady Melania Trump's memoir is officially out today, and here it is. In it, she's settling some old scores, taking aim at Rosie O'Donnell for a tweet back in 2016 where she suggested that Barron Trump, who was then just 10 years old, was autistic. Barron Trump autistic? Rosie tweeted. If so, what an amazing opportunity to bring attention to the autism epidemic. O'Donnell shared a video of Barron from the 2016 RNC clapping awkwardly and fidgeting in his seat. I was appalled by such cruelty, Melania writes in her new book. I felt that she was attacking my son because she didn't like my husband.
Resident sweats buckets every night of her life. She won't. She thinks she won. Not once. She didn't think she won. She thinks that she did everything she could to win. Have you ever watched Veep? No. No, I have not. Me and Trey, it's going down. Me in the mall, it's going down. Man, it's going down. Going down.
O'Donnell did apologize for the autism post. I am sorry for the pain I caused. It was not my intent. I
don't know what that refers to. But yeah, that's the Hutch stuff. Catch a video on that coming out in a few days. I have 4 videos in the docket, chat. Tomorrow you may get a video about the slur-slugging slasher that got demonetized. I have to re-upload it. But tomorrow, maybe today. I'm trying to figure out what's better: releasing videos before I go live, or releasing videos at night. Which one? About Cloaksy. The server got demonetized. Shocking, yeah. They just literally have no one. There's a big chance that she will run again. I don't think they'll let her run as the top of the ticket, or at least as the president. I think they will drop her down to being Gavin Newsom's VP. Genuinely. I do think that if they do that, it is because of racism. I don't think she lost because of racism, but I do think if they do sideline her to being a VP again, like, racism. No way they would put her on a Gavin ticket. Yeah, but who would they put? Shapiro? Come on. Harris, Gavin, possibly Whitmer running in 2028. Maybe Tim Walz again. Nah, Tim Walz is done. Tim Walz is done. Honestly, like, bro, as a governor, did have to go through a lot. He made very bad decisions, but like, he's done. He's cooked. He's retiring with his freaking pension. He's gonna jail Tim Walz. No, I wouldn't say jail Tim Walz. You know. I think Tim Walz has made a lot of mistake, but like he escaped being a war criminal by not being the vice president. I don't like him. I'm not a fan of him as a person, obviously, or how he's handling Minneapolis, Minnesota. But you know, it's a shame that he's not like the worst of the Democrats. Personally, I don't like having to choose between a video and a live stream. I'd rather watch the video first, but that's just me. Wait until the time I take someone to watch a video, then go live. Nah, that's not happening. I would have to drop the video at like 4 a.m. in the morning. You hearing Trump tweet about Walz recently? I don't watch and look at Trump tweets, so I don't know. Anyway, I do want to talk about this briefly. And that is TikTok, the TikTok sale being finalized and the algorithm changing. We talked about this a little bit earlier. This is a racket. I need to get on this immediately. But yeah, let's see what I guess 10 or 1036 has to say about this.
So TikTok has been frequently down, the For You page reset, and now you can't.
I ban everybody from using the Vine Boom. I hope nothing like this comes out of the TikTok. I don't know what it would be. But I genuinely hope nothing like this comes out of TikTok where it becomes like a mainstay staple in like pop culture. The Vine Boom has done irreparable damage to my eardrums and to my psyche.
Can't search anything. And TikTok has been down before, but let's talk about the terms and conditions that we just signed.
Based.
Okay, so TikTok is like unusable right now. And if they
That's so freaking loud, bro. Please normalize your audio.
really wanted to reset our algorithms and fuck everything up, why would they choose a snowstorm? Girl, we are all home. We are all on our phones. Every single person that farts right now, we are fucking noticing it. We are going through active censorship on TikTok right now. Because I am a creator on TikTok, I wanted to kind of
This is true. And I'll let you know a little bit of a secret, chat. My videos still haven't posted. They're still under review. Zero views, zero views. It's been like 15 hours or something. But this is basically what it was. So I had a test. I was like, I wonder what the new TikTok algorithm actually is. So I made this first video to test it, to see what would happen. This is the second video I made. Right, so then I made a second video to see. So you'll see it. Larry Ellison is bad. ICE is bad. Trump is bad. Right, and so when I click copy link, right, I go here, I click copy link. It says link copied, share with friends. This is how you know that it's not yet under review. Larry Israel is bad. Larry Ellison is bad. ICE is bad. Trump, bad. And I made this video and I tried to do the same thing and press copy link. It says your video is under review. It cannot be shared right now. So immediately saying Israel is bad, put my video under review. Like as soon as I uploaded it. I really don't see that on your TikTok. Yeah, because then they put the other one under review like 15 minutes later. Or sorry, like not 15 minutes later, like 10 minutes later. There's old news, but I'm seeing ICE's lost radical centuries on my end. It's from 13 hours ago. That's YouTube. Let's talk about TikTok. TikTok. Israel. And so it wouldn't let me share the video because it was under review. So my first video that I posted was not under review. ICE is right, but it put this one, the Israel one, under review immediately. Right, but then they went back and then they put this one under review too. So I got nothing out right now. Does you post non-explicitly political content or just flagging the keywords? I can try. Let's test it out, chat. Let's see one more time. We are here live on Twitch drinking vitamin water. This is a totally innocuous video. Have nothing to do with nothing going on in the world right now. Post. It's not under review. At least. Now it is under review. I can't post anything on TikTok? Yeah, no, it won't let me post anything. 9T praise Israel. We autopilot your account after you have one bad video, but I haven't posted in like months or weeks. Okay, what if I post my clips account? Hold on. We are here live on Twitch. Yeah. Post.
The question was how many deaths?
We are here live on Twitch. Yeah. We are here live on. It's under review too. This is a completely separate account. So can anybody post any content on TikTok? Also won't let me change my account either. Hello? Can you let me change my... There we go. Here. Yeah. I just posted a Gremlin clip to TikTok successfully. Is it showing up for other people? Is your app up to date? I think so. I know it's but I've seen complaints for sure supposed to be people live stream on TikTok. Oh, should we go live on TikTok just to see? TikTok. Wait, update. TikTok on the clock and the party never stop. Tonight on Friday, shouldn't see the sunlight. Good question. It actually isn't showing up. See? They might be holding all TikToks. Because I haven't seen it. Let me check my friends' pages. Something went wrong. Hold on. I want to send the link into the Discord. Tell me if you can see it. I want to open up on my computer. I can see it. Can you like it real quick? I want to see if it works. My feed is different. Feels more like Instagram Reels slap. Yeah, because this is the important part, chat. We'll get to it as well. Oracle did not buy the TikTok algorithm. Oh, it worked. It still says 0 views though. Right? But Oracle did not buy the TikTok algorithm. The TikTok algorithm is still owned by ByteDance. So your very curatedly crafted algorithm that you got and you've created for the last 6 years is gone. So they're gonna have to retrain your algorithm from scratch with a different algorithm of however they decide what videos are good for you to make and are good for you to watch. And they can institute whatever kind of policies they want to show you whatever kind of videos they want you to see. Oracle does own the NA accounts or something though, right? Oracle owns the entire NA infrastructure. TikTok is now a different app in the US. It's TikTok US and then TikTok International. Right? So if you go into like Canada or whatever, you probably get like a similar algorithm to what you used to have. Are they also collecting data on people? Yeah, I mean that's what Orwell does though. Attack on TikTok. Yeah. It still says 0 views though. I see the likes in the comments. Well, I guess you can't say Larry Ellison is bad on TikTok. They won't let you post the video. So going back to Red Note, do I have to just log in with a VPN? No, I don't use short form content apps. I think they're brain rot. I think they're bad. You can do whatever you want to though. I don't scroll Instagram Reels. I don't scroll TikTok. I don't scroll YouTube Shorts. Don't do Red Note. Don't do I don't know, whatever Twitter is doing now with short form content. I don't watch it. I think it's bad for you. I also don't derive enjoyment from it. It allows you a separate TikTok US app in March. The current one will be phased out. But like, you know that like, you're just going to make people just sideload the app. It also, the worst part is it kills CapCut too. And CapCut is apparently also raising its prices. You know what people are doing? They're sideloading the app. Because of course they are. You used to post short-term content though? No, not really. The last video that I posted before yesterday was December 14th, 2025. And the one before that was December 10th. And before that, it was September 9th. And then before that, there were a few videos that I kind of spammed out. And it's just some stream highlights that I tried. And they all kind of just flopped, so I just stopped posting. Is sideloading available for iOS? Yes. You get the jailbreak for it? No, you don't. Not in 2026. Jailbreak is like so 2014. You can sideload in on your iPhone without jailbreaking. It's a little bit more of a hassle, but it's possible. It's doable. Anyway, that's the TikTok situation. Let's continue with this video. Most things don't need root access, yeah.
Give you guys like the insights to what's going on our point of view, because from your point of view, the app is down. Things are running really slow. You're not seeing the same videos on your For You page that you used to be seeing. But from our end, shit is not posting. We literally cannot post things. So if you did not see already, the US now owns TikTok.
Oh, Jesus. Gross.
This sale was forced, and literally, we knew that
Important part,
start getting
forced by who? Might you be asking who pushed for this? Which party? Chat. This is it's A, the Republicans, B, the Democrats, or C, all of the above. It's C. It's both parties. Both of them. Both of them. It was Trump and Trump won, who was like, I don't like that that people are saying mean things about me on TikTok. I don't like that everybody tried, like, they reserved tickets for my venue and no one showed up, so it looked like I have a small audience. My audience size is not small; it's average. That was Trump won, and then you had you had Biden who came in and was like, Trump is against TikTok, but actually he kind of has a point. We're also going to be against TikTok. And so then they were like, okay, now they're also against TikTok for some reason. And at this point, there was no reason for them to be against TikTok. It was just like a whole like, oh, it's bad for the kids and da 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 da. And then October 7th happened, and they were like, oh, we need to shut this down, right? TikTok is super duper anti-Israel. That's not good at all. Oh, wait, you're right, China. That's what it was. It was China scary. It was like, China has the data. It was the xenophobia. I just said you made you Chinese and anti-Semitic. Yeah. So then the Democrats pushed for it. Then Trump too came in and was like, "We're finalizing the sale." Beep beep. And it was supported by both parties. The Democrats were like, "Listen, it's actually a good thing that he's doing, so we're actually not going to talk about it that much." Yeah. Lovely uniparty.
Fishy, but I did not realize how immediate the impacts would be of this sale. TikTok is one of the only algorithms that you can really see uncensored opinions across the board. You see a lot of creators give their takes. You see a lot of creators kind of have to like censor words with like the little asterisk symbol, right? An individual word being censored is one thing. All videos on a topic being censored is another. What we're seeing, especially with what's going on with ICE in Minnesota right now, we're not seeing any coverage of that on TikTok. Quite literally, the only coverage that I'm seeing is through Instagram accounts.
I did see a TikTok video about Minnesota when I searched up Minnesota. So there was one. Checkmate, liberal.
That have news and the videos on X. And it's like, I don't want to check fucking X for anything. You know what I mean? Like, I hate that, like, we got addicted to Twitter, because now that I'm checking it under Elon's thing, it's just like, girl, I am literally like, this is the last place I want to be. I wanted to talk about something that I felt was kind of interesting that started all of this and kind of bring it to your attention, because mind you, it's only our 4th day out here. We are literally 4 days into the sale of this fucking app, and it's already shit from a butt. So it's only gonna get worse, and it's only gonna get more censored. Let's talk about that. So a couple days ago, I don't know if you remember, but there was a new terms and conditions that popped up. Girl, and if you're anything like me, I always just click accept and keep it going with these things. But honey, let's read this. Updated corporate entity. I'm like, no average person is knowing what the fuck they're talking about. New types of location information. Okay, geolocation, you know, we may collect from you with your permission. It's very downplayed, right? How we use our information and how we collect it to show you ads outside of TikTok. Okay, so they're gonna show me honey buns with the information. We're good. So agree, right? Notice how there's no other option to disagree. Red flag number 1. And this shit is not...
Okay, I mean, not particularly red flag number 1. You can never disagree with terms and conditions. That's not a thing. It's either agree or you uninstall. You literally cannot use the service if you don't agree to the terms and conditions. That's why they put it there first. The disagreement is to not use it. Yeah. So that I think, you know, the video so far is fine, but that's the only thing that kind of sticks out.
Even tinfoil hat. This is exactly what the new privacy policy says. Let's read. Information you provide may include sensitive personal information as defined under applicable state privacy laws, such as information from users under their relevant... Girl, they are just like boring the shit out of you. 2 lines down. Relevant age threshold. Fine.
Sure. They're not... It's not hard to read specifically to bore you so you don't read them. It's like, it's hard to read because it is legalese. It is like, you know... That's part of the reason. It's not like not part of the reason. It is part of the reason. But this is not like anything so far. It's not anything egregious. I sent Spotify a counter proposal for the terms and conditions of our contract. I have not heard back yet.
Got it. Information to disclose in survey responses in your user content about your racial or ethnic origin, national origin, religious beliefs, mental or physical health diagnosis, sexual life or sexual orientation, status such as transgender or non-binary, citizenship or immigration status, or financial information.
I will say the craziest part is taking that from your content. If you make content about being disabled, they take that and it's like, okay, we're adding that to your user profile now. Like, it's not just survey responses. It's like, if somebody, and this is wrong, if somebody posts you without your consent, right, in a piece of content, TikTok can use that user content to make a profile about you without you knowing as well. Right? So when he posts you and tags you in that content, they're like, oh, okay, this is a part of the user content. So this is a part of this because you agreed to it on your site, even if you didn't post it. You know, if you make content about being gay or being trans, they can take that and make that a part of your user profile. And worst of all, is they can sell that data to whoever they want to. Again, this is why I would rather have China have my data, right? Give my data to China. Because you know what? China is not selling my data to American companies. I don't care what China has it for. Sure, whatever. They can do whatever they want with it. But when a US company has your data, they will sell it to other US companies and it will impact your day-to-day life. And they can be subpoenaed by the government to give up that data if they so chose to. So.
And they're like, for example, here's what we do with your financial information. I don't give a fuck about that. Go, if you want to do credit card fraud, do credit card fraud. When we are talking 2 lines up,
Oh, Jesus.
In the past, this information, sure, it might be public. Sure, we might honestly share it. Like, think about when you did like college applications and stuff, right? Girl, you were putting your pronouns, you were putting your sexual orientation, things like that. That was pretty normal, right? You put it in your essay, whatever. Like, but when put in the hands of the people that were putting it in the hands of,
I will say, there's also a good chance this is not a new privacy policy. Nothing that I've seen is like comparing what is here now versus what it was before. Right? There's a good chance this was probably in there before, but it's a little bit different now that it's handled by an American company. And the company's Oracle that has such close ties to the current administration. Meta does this too, where you can go into your Facebook profile and see all the identities that they've picked for you. USSM companies, US social media companies make this a standard practice. Yeah. And a very pro-Israel company. To be fair, that's like most companies.
I'm just like, why now? You know why, but why now? Why the fuck now is this relevant? What we have going on, especially in Minnesota, what we're seeing happen with ICE agents, what we're seeing happen where so much shit is being pushed and so much shit is being pushed past the limit we've ever even seen it thought to be pushed to before, it's just like unimaginable, right? It was unimaginable that this information would be used against us, that this information would be targeted, that this information would be, you know, harvested in this way. And in so many ways, we're getting our rights violated and we're constantly seeing pushback. And their goal is to make us sound crazy. The goal is to make it sound like it's unimaginable and crazy. And what we're saying is like far-fetched, but it's like, I'm sorry, but read the fucking fine print. Like it's happening. Like it's literally happening right in front of our eyes. And they're just counting on us to not say anything about it, to not make a big deal about it, to not refuse things. And the thing is, I hate to say refuse to use TikTok, but at the same time, it's like, if it gets down to that point, we need to have the strength and the courage to refuse to use these fucking applications when they're doing that shit. There are people that speak up because they can't sleep at night. There's people that speak up because they have friends and family they care about. There's people that speak up because they hate to see injustice in the world. But there's a fuck of a lot of people that speak up when their money's affected. And I hate to say that that's going to be some people's breaking point, but the more and more people you're going to see speak up. For me, censorship is a huge thing. I think the fact that TikTok was suppressing some things and whatever, it's like, girl, we've been suppressed on Facebook, we've been suppressed on Instagram, we've been suppressed on everywhere. But the fact that it's a full, total censorship now, you cannot even get a video to load or hit the For You page. The shit you're seeing on your For You page is from 4 years ago, 4 months ago, 3 days ago. That was never the case. So clearly things are happening and they're seeing how much we're okay with. I'm just going to tell you, I'm already not okay. I'm already not okay that we sold the fucking app. I'm already not okay the fact that we're seeing censorship. I'm already not okay seeing the fact that we cannot discuss actual news events that are happening in the United fucking States of America. Girl, you literally cannot say shit the way it actually is without it being docked, censored, watched, monitored. With this data collection that's going on, we don't know how this data is going to be used, right? So when we're reading these terms and conditions, when we're seeing what's highlighted, it's like, it's in the hands of people that clearly have ill intent. What the fuck did we just...
I mean, yeah. I appreciate this is perspective as someone who isn't super into politics but clearly passionate about human rights. Yeah, that, to be fair, that's a lot of TikTok. That's quite a bit of TikTok, and it's honestly the best part of TikTok. People do get a little bit aggro, you know, and that's fine. They get a little passionate. But like taking like this is the same thing as banning TikTok essentially, and we knew how badly that went from people banning TikTok while ICE is doing what it's doing is the perfect storm of getting people on the streets. Right? A big problem in 2020 is people feeling like they got their activism through TikTok. They're like, okay, for the first few months, it was like, black fist, we got it, we're together, right? And it wasn't until, again, the summer where people finally put their phones down and left their houses. But now you're forcing people out of their houses. You're taking away TikTok, and you have ICE patrolling their neighborhoods. You're not giving them any choice but to get out of their houses and to stand for something.
Just see, it's like, what the fuck do we do, right? I'm
I was
just going
on
to tell you,
at Proto Federation,
forward on
Decentralized
this
Evangelist.
channel,
This is why
I am
Blue
going
Sky
to
and
be
Mouse don't
very
exist. Blue
intentional
Sky tried
about
to censor
where I
me.
put my monetization
Smoking that
efforts.
card
I'm
pack,
gonna be
and I
very
moved
intentional about the ad
to
revenue
Black
that we are
Sky.
losing. I'm gonna be very intentional about the
Black Sky? What's Black Sky? So that band did help influence the Nepalese revolt, which is the top of a lot of other injustice. That's true. That is true. Right. It's also the social media ban in Australia. It also has a lot of Australian teenagers and youths organizing as well. I'll give you 1 second. Same as it would be here. To be honest, you're right. Yeah, like you're going to get people like it's especially if this continues, right? The only problem is that it's happening so early in the year. If this was in April, you would already see people in the streets. Right? You would already see people in the streets. You would already see people protesting. Right? So the barrier of getting people out of their house is so much higher because it's so freaking cold. It's so cold. There are winter storms going on. Right? But you're basically it's like a pressure cooker, right? It's cooking and cooking and cooking right now. And as soon as the means of availability to protest arrive, it will explode. And you will see massive protests from this.
brands that we're talking about and the brands that we're working with, because the
Black
thing is,
Sky
like,
Web?
money really is at a core factor of so many of these things.
The intercommunal net, scaling safe communities and share resources with democratic tools. I've never heard of this before. Docs. Oh, it's a fork of Blue Sky. That makes sense.
That when businesses like boycotts work, right? When you see businesses like struggling because their money is getting hurt and their wallets are getting hurt, that's when you see change. And honestly, when we are at this all things fucking go land right now, where you can be as evil and as awful as possible and it doesn't fucking matter, at the end of the day, they care about their revenue, they care about their money. I like really like encourage you to like look at your boycotts, support local business, be careful and like cognizant about like where you're spending your time online, like who you are supporting, what applications you're really boosting. I'm also like really like, I hope that you know, are reading the fucking fine print on this shit, because the fact that we just all agreed to that and we are now day 4 and the app.
I went days without clicking the agree button. I only agreed to it accidentally. That's it. I kept opening the app and it kept popping up and I kept closing the app. One time I tried to swipe up to close the app and I accidentally hit accept. It was a complete accident. So I was not just like, oh, I need my fix of Tic Tac. Beep, beep, beep.
App is already shit from my butt. I'm like, yes, it's like funny, like sure, things aren't working and like it's not loading videos and oh my god, we're at 0 views, but it's like, what the fuck did we just agree to? Keep your eyes glued to what the fuck is going on. I'm just telling you, that's going to be a huge thing about this year for me, especially just going forward in my career. Like, I want to be very intentional about where my fucking eyes are going, where my dollars are going, what is happening, and I'm just sharing that with you. Behind the scenes, that has been a big like weight on me, but I just want to say, like, girl, we are in hell. Like, we are in hell and we need to be very intentional about this shit going forward. So going forward with the podcast, I want to be highlighting things to help. I want to be
Oh, the podcast? That's... Dang. I should have got on this. We're going to expedite the TikTok video that I want to post. But yeah, that's TikTok. It's really bad right now. Like everybody's posting about getting 0 views. And I genuinely, I think it's less of a malicious thing and more of a structural integrity thing. Like, I don't know why American manufacturing has this idea of being like high quality. Sometimes it is, but like American companies cut corners all the time. All the time. I think that they were just unequipped to deal with the infrastructure of, hosting TikTok. And when the sale went through and they launched the new terms of service, separate from ByteDance, they underestimated what it actually was. And it didn't work. But you would think that there will be something from TikTok being like, hey, this is what's actually happening. Isn't it a bit too fast for American gentrification? Not really. The sale happened last year. Like it was finalized last year. They've been working since last year to push it through. It's not like they are just getting started on this. So I give it a year is knowing American companies playing obsolescence and stuff. Like I can for sure see it being like, yeah, time to take it down a notch. What was I saying? Yeah, that's the TikTok thing. I'm on Upscrolled. Is Upscroll good? Not yet. I'm so pissed. I can't get wait a minute. This is just Twitter. I thought it would be more like TikTok. Back to Red Note. Do you see this yet? What is it? Why is it in French? Okay. Is it a hot take to say? Okay, I'll show you what I just saw real quick. Is it a hot take to say that they kind of remind me of Hoteps a little bit? Not in what they stand for, but purely just in like the aesthetics.
Oh.
Here, watch.
Oh, Black Panthers. Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you.
All power to the people. Hello.
Hi,
All
Julia.
power to the people.
Nice to meet you.
Julia. Power to the people. Skip.
Nice to meet
Jazz.
you.
All power to the people. All power to the people.
Like, does this not give Grand Rising a little bit? You know? Grand Rising, brothers and sisters. Grand Rising. Grand Rising. Grand Rising. Grand Rising. This is a quarter. Am I crazy? They call themselves the Black Lions now. The Black Panthers? They changed the name? Recently? Like just now? You search my TikTok if you're interested. Thank you, chatter. Lions of Zion. Oh no, the Hoteps. Like yesterday? Oh no, these guys. They're called the Black Lions. Okay, I mean, I guess they heard my criticism about the stupid name thing.
Chairman Paul Burton from the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense.
I'm Comrade Jazz. You can call me Skip. Of the Black Panther Party of Self-Defense.
On a rejoint le Black Panther Party for Self-Defense à leur quartier général de Philadelphie.
Philadelphie?
Okay, what's in there?
AK-47 and an AR-12.
Leur popularité a explosé dans les dernières semaines, surtout dans la foulée de la mort à Minneapolis de Renee Nicole Good.
They just killed that lady right there in that car, y'all.
Elle a été tuée par un agent de ICE, la controversée police de l'immigration américaine.
This is my response to ICE right here. You know, the United States of America hates this gun. This is a Polish AK-47.
What's your message to ICE?
Fuck around and find out. Try doing that shit to me. See what happened.
Look around.
Like, I'm sorry. It feels like this is not a bad thing. I'm not yelling at this person, right? But it feels kind of weird to have all these like Black Panther aesthetics be like, all power to the people. Yes, all power to the people. All power to the people. All power to the people. Right? Doing that and then being like, yeah. So I used to fuck around and find out, fuck nigga. Like, you know, it feels like there's some dichotomy in the aesthetics that they are. There's something not matching up really. Like, are you adhering to like respectability politics and like, or like not even respectability politics, but like having like a specific structure and of an organization and a level of professionalism, or are you like, you know, are you street? And it's okay to be street, but it feels weird to like be like, I'm the chairman of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, and be like, and then have you do an interview and be like, fuck around and find out, ICE, I guess. Like, you're a chairman, bro. You are representing the entire party right now. I'm not saying like, you know, respectability politics, but it feels weird matched up with what they're trying to present themselves as. They're trying to present themselves as an organized militant force, right? That has a level of structure, and then just being like, you know what I mean? There's something there that's just a little bit. I think after the revamp, they dropped anything to do with actual class struggle. Right, their new announcement, unless I missed something, there's no class analysis. It sounds very sockdom. What do they say?
Look around. Look what he doing.
Look at life. Sorry. I had to make the Lil Yachty quote.
Look around. Look around. Look what he doing to our peoples. No matter what your skin color, you're our peoples. And we're going to stand right beside our peoples. Every means necessary. And that's what I mean. Black power. All power to the people.
Le Black Panther Party for Self-Defense.
He's also said every means necessary. And not by any means necessary. I mean, I don't know if it's like truly different, but
S'inspire du Black Panther Party qui a été fondé en 1966 aux États-Unis dans un contexte de ségrégation raciale. Le mouvement a rapidement attiré l'attention parce qu'il refusait l'idée d'une révolution non violente et prônait plutôt l'autodéfense armée pour contrer les violences policières. Le parti a cessé ses activités au début des années 1980 à cause de tensions internes et de fortes répressions de l'État.
Come stand with the ancestors. All power to the people. All power to the people. No power to the pig.
do they just go to different places to stand around and say all power to the people? Like, again, not inherently a bad thing, but like, where's the work at? You know, they do work. Like, if you're gonna go to an event or a protest, and you're gonna actually be like, you know, community defenders, like you can do that. They have mutual aid food handout, right? I maybe. Like, but if you're doing an interview, just show them that. Be like, hey, we're gonna go build an itinerary, right? Be like, hey, we're gonna stop by the headquarters. We're gonna get our materials and what we need to succeed. And then we're gonna go to this mutual aid food handout. We're gonna go do that, and then we're gonna go to a protest, do some community defense. Go ahead and go to the community defense class that we're doing, hosted by Comrade Jacob. You know what I mean? Like, just like, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like there's a lack of structure for like what they're presenting here. And again, I don't even hate them. I think they're fine so far.
En ligne, certains se demandent si Paul Birdsong a vraiment la légitimité de reprendre la mission des Black Panthers. D'autres craignent que son approche mène à des débordements ou engendre de la violence.
I was in the blood, you know what I'm saying? And I knew eventually the revolution was going to catch up to me, but I ran from it for a long time.
Il nous a expliqué qu'il a été mentoré par des anciens membres du parti et que c'est eux qui lui ont permis d'utiliser leur logo et leur philosophie dans un État où le port d'armes visible est légal.
This is the Black Panther Party for self-defense, right? That for self-defense part is the pinnacle thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to attack us first. You throw one shot at me, I'm throwing 30 at you.
Like, this is cool, and the self-defense aspect is fine or whatever, but Black Panther were more than just self-defense. They were about, first and foremost, community. Where is the community aspects? Where is the after-school programs? Where is the handing out the blankets? I'm sure they do it. Show us that. Show us that. Right? All we've seen is them showing the same gun 4 times, saying all power to the people, and then it stops there. And now and all we're doing is talking about violence. You know? It's all over their Instagrams. Well, show that to the cameras. You're being interviewed right now. Show that to what people are being perceiving you as. You know what I mean? That should be the focus of what you do here, what you show here.
Okay, so it's not even eye for eye. It's like eye for 30 eyes.
It's like, no, what it is it's like,
At
it's
all
like
costs.
Our training is to make sure that if you do fire a shot at us, you and nobody next to you that has your back has the ability to fire another shot going forward. You know what I'm saying?
You are all ready for that, ready to...
Straight like that.
I got it locked.
Is this a full-time job for most of you?
Yes, we
You
here
do
every
this
day.
every day?
Every day. It's a lifestyle now. 24/7 is a lifestyle.
It's a commitment.
Commitment. Gotta take a oath. Feel me?
Yeah. And for how long will you be doing this?
You said for how long will we be doing this?
Yeah.
Till he died.
Mm.
My grandpa was a Black Panther back in the day. Feel me?
Your grandfather was a
Yes,
Black Panther?
Yes, my grandpa was a Black Panther, yes. I mean, that's why I said it's in my blood, literally. Feel me? Like it in. We could walk in any hood at any given moment, anytime. They love us, literally.
So what's the plan now?
We're patrolling.
All right.
And you watch the channel.
Like we said, in your hood, in a hood near you.
Listen, yeah. You know what I'm saying? You guys, it's your first day. So brothers is gonna make you into some lethal ass motherfucking revolutionaries. If you're scared of that, walk away. But if you're ready to step to that car, you're tired of this shit and you're ready to actually do something about it, we're gonna
It does seem like they're pretty small as well. And I get it, like has to start somewhere.
Sizzle the fuck out of you.
Depuis quelques semaines et surtout depuis la mort de Renee Nicole Good, les Panthers ont
Well, also,
multiplié
only one of them
leurs
are armed.
patrouilles et intensifié leur recrutement. Leur but, c'est de protéger la communauté contre toute forme de violence policière. En campagne électorale, Donald Trump a promis de mener la plus grande vague d'expulsion de migrants de l'histoire des États-Unis. Dans la dernière année, son administration dit avoir déporté plus de 605 000 immigrants en situation irrégulière.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, them fucking pigs out here. Yeah, y'all ain't know my fucking boy. Just kidnap them motherfuckers. That shit is illegal. You know what I mean?
Shit'll get you shot over.
Yes, the fucking will. And it's wrong because it's like they think they're above the law. They can do what the fuck they want. Because that's cool. They think they're above the law because Trump's stupid ass. Come on now, how you gonna wage war on your own fucking country? For being out here doing everything y'all doing for us.
I mean, this is the best part. Like, this is, I want to see more of this, right? I wish we got into this a little bit earlier, because most people are not watching this far. This is the best. Show yourself in the community, because this is the community aspect, right? This is good. This shows that you are, TV producers probably did it because French, and TV producers, right? But this shows that they are a part of the community. They're in the community. This is what the community wants, right?
cops ain't doing nothing for us. My little cousin almost got raped two nights ago.
Where?
On the Broad Street line.
We'll be on the Broad Street line from now on. I'm sorry
I
to
appreciate you.
Yep.
I really appreciate y'all. I've been waiting to see y'all. I heard like y'all been doing what y'all gotta do, and I appreciate y'all very much.
Tonight,
But, yeah.
after the patrol, when we stop the patrol, we'll go get on the line and write it down in the.
Là, depuis tout à l'heure, ça va de la gestion de déchets à des fois ils font la circulation là. Puis surtout, il y a une quantité assez importante de personnes qui klaxonnent, qui lèvent le poing en l'air. Ils semblent vraiment avoir un gros soutien dans la...
Okay, that's just a little bit silly. Just talking about how they are involved in waste management.
You guys can go in.
Là, c'est le apparemment traditionnel arrêt smoothie et après la patrouille recommence. Je pense que c'est smoothie bleu avec ont pris.
You know, over the last couple of weeks, we've had a lot of people reaching out, but this is what my inbox looks something like. And this is just 29 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, an hour ago, 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, 10 hours ago, 16 hours ago.
I mean, they are filling a niche. This is why I would never like fully chastise them. Sean speaks French. Oui. Sorry, that's silly. No, I don't speak French. Right? They are filling a niche, and people like them being there. Right? My problem is purely focused on like I think they're a bit aesthetics focused. I think them dropping the Black Panther name will help. Like I think they're trying very hard to try to adhere to the yesteryear of what the Black Panthers were instead of building something that's for the moment. So I think them dropping the Black Panther name and actually building something for the community that they're in is good and shows positive growth. We'll take a look at their Instagram, what they believe in later on. But they seem to be doing all the correct things at the very least. They don't read to me as grifters. You know what I mean? I think that there are some Black Panthers who do read as grifters. Like there are like some Black Panther groups that are like, yeah, we're only for Black people and we're never fighting nice. We that's not our fight or whatever. Like, yeah, but I don't think so. They don't read as grifters to me. They feel like they're part of the community. They're in the community. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit.
Quelqu'un attendait Monsieur Birdsong dans l'espoir de rejoindre les Black Panthers.
They dropped the name because one of the original Black Panther members had a problem with their internationalism. It's very weird of him. I thought it was that was like Huey P. Newton's niece or something. Paul Birdsong announces that his movement will change their name to the Black Lion Party for International Solidarity.
All power to the people. As everyone knows, I'm Paul Birdsong. I got a message from Aaron Dixon today saying that he no longer supports us. That after he gave me orders to make a video saying that him and other members were coming, that he withdrew his support. And that he said that this situation is unimportant to him, even though my comrades have risked their lives and spent thousands of hours of their time and dollars in life.
I still think that they're a little bit too like aesthetics focused. Like they're standing behind him, hands clasped like this. It's a tad cringe, right? But all in all, they seem to be doing like ideology wise, they seem to be doing what they should be doing. You know? And they're better than other groups that I've seen. So I think as they grow as an organization, as they garner support, they'll start to drop the unimportant stuff to focus on the real work, where the work gets like, very tough. And as they start to scale, but as it is now, it's just a little on the cringe side. Is there a video you would suggest and we learn about the Black Panthers and Malcolm X? There's a good video that it was on the docket for us to watch, but we didn't get to it today. We'll get to it at some point. Chatter probably has it somewhere.
Standing behind the cause, you know. He said he's going to make a statement saying no one has the right to call himself a Black Panther going forward. I told him to make sure.
Also, a hot take, but fuck him a little bit, you know? Like, respect to the Panthers who are still alive, but the movement has grown past them, right? You know, it's a little bit like people like, oh, what would MLK think about this thing? Like, I genuinely, I don't really care, right? It's whether or not it's something that is moral and just, whether as opposed to something that is like adhering to traditionalism, right? We're better than that. We don't have to have an adherence to some traditional standard of like, oh, you know, just because you did this, you are now entitled to guide the movement. This one, yes, this is the one from Black, Green, Red. Yeah. The Black Panther Party isn't coming back. We need something better, but something better should. Yeah.
He put in that statement that he did, in fact, give us the right to call ourselves that, because I still have the messages where he did, just in case he doesn't. And I put in there also, make sure that you put in there that Emory Douglas did give us the right to wear that emblem, because I still have the messages where that happened too. But as it stands, because of that, because of me and my comrades risking our lives and all the heat that we went under, because of the counter-revolutionary practices, because we don't believe in Black nationalism, like Bobby Seale said in the video that I shared on my page earlier, that Black nationalism is acquiesce to racism, and that we don't stand like that we're internationalists and intercommunalists, just like Huey Newton said. We will no longer identify with this flag. We will no longer identify ourselves as the Black Panther Party for self-defense. We're going to take OG from the town's advice. We're going to take the name that he decided to put out there. We're going to call ourselves
say about Black nationalism. I'm
Lion
sorry.
Party.
I agree. I do agree. Black nationalism is more complicated than being like akin or attuned to racism. You know, like it is a more it is a deeper concept than just being like white nationalism for Black people. It's not. It's different, and it's bred out of a shared, interconnected struggle for Black people in a sense of trying to grasp to some level of an identity in this country. So I think it's actually probably more. It's honestly probably more likely that he just misunderstands what Black nationalism actually is, than like actually having a problem with it ideologically.
For international solidarity. Reason for the international solidarity is because we will stand with the immigrants. We will stand with the people being terrorized for ICE. We will stand with any oppressed people across the world. We will keep feeding every single day, keep offering food every single day. We will keep patrolling the community with guns. We will keep stopping drug dealers, keep stopping sex traffickers. We will keep stopping police brutality. This little plaque that I got, it says Paul Birdsong, and as a Panther, it says since 2020. I don't regret the work that I've done because it's brought me to this point. But going forward, these Panther patches will no longer be on my uniforms. Me and my comrades stand independent. We are willing to work with any organization that stands for the rights of every living person. Any organization that stands against imperialism, attacking immigrants. Now, if you're out here raping people and killing people and selling drugs and different stuff like that, yeah, deport them. But those people out there that are just working hard, trying to provide for their families, trying to escape the guerrilla warfare and the cartel warfare that's happening in their countries to come for that promise of the American dream that the United States of America Incorporated lies about.
I don't necessarily agree with I don't necessarily agree with the concept of just, you know, deport them. You feel me? I don't I don't think he needs to cede any ground to legitimacy of like ICE as an institution to deport people holistically. Right, so I think that's also a misstep. Are you giving permission for another ICE situation in the future, even if this one gets abolished. Yeah, like especially as a black person, you know and understand that engaging with like criminality discourse about like, oh, if somebody is X and we declare them as X, then they can be thrown out of the country or just murdered with what's the word, the death penalty or something, right? Criminality in this country has always been weaponized against black and brown people, and so you have to be very careful about engaging with like the left's, or sorry, the like the liberal or reactionary usage of criminality as a way to further oppress people. Anti-drug dealer thing is kind of weird to me. That's usually rooted in poverty, and they won't go away until poverty does. They are also victims. Yes, but I do understand. I do think taking like a core tenet of like anti-drug dealer stance is it is also a bit weird to me. But there is a place to say that like, a part of a community cleanup is to make sure that people within the community are not taking advantage of said communities. You know what I mean? That's it. Also, apparently Hutch replied to me saying that I'm complicit in the 2 deaths in Minneapolis. Hold on, let me go. Both you and him are complicit in the 2 deaths in Minneapolis. I'm going to tell you both, get fucked in every election. You continue to help Republicans and get fucked. There was 3 deaths, actually, that happened from ICE. I don't think it happened in Minneapolis, though.
The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy.
That was in LA. It was in Cali, yeah. Devil's Advocate Productions, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. You just got quoted by some comedian on my Twitter positively. Kind of popping out at the moment. Yeah, I saw this pop up as well. But I think it's so interesting how people just don't seem to care about Keith Porter being murdered by ICE as well in the same way, and it obviously very clearly shows that from Hutch, right? Because he's totally fine with funding ICE, and the Democrats funding ICE since its inception under Obama and under what's it called? Under Biden. And they've killed people. ICE has killed people for years. So are the Democrats who fund ICE directly not responsible for those deaths? It's 2 random freaking voters. That's what I have a better take.
The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy.
Other majority for thank you for the raid. You came in at a great time. You came in at a great time. Hello. Hope the stream was good. We're talking about touch. We're talking about the Black Panthers before. Watching stream on stream while I played Ball Pit. Ball Pit, is that a game? I said, if this is true, then how are you and every liberal who unilaterally supported Kamala not complicit in all the deaths her and Biden's administration caused in Gaza? You are so quick to absolve the people actually with power from the harm that they actually caused. Fuck you, bitch. Gonna be the dumbest dude I've ever seen. He's very stupid. Typo in admin. What did I say? Oh, you're right. There's a typo here. Administration. Is the biggest game addiction I've ever had. So good. New update today. Hey, but welcome in, Raiders. Hello. I don't doubt that racism plays a part in dismissal of lack of coverage in Keith Porter's murder. But the Renee Good and Alex Paredes murders were caught on tape clear as day, and the people associate the horrific footage with them. I don't say this to exclude lots of coverage, but I think it does make for a much larger impact on the people when they're confronted with that footage. Yeah, but like, that's supposedly for people who are like apolitical. If you care about politics, you should know better. Right? It shouldn't take footage directly in your face for you to care about it. And now I'm done replying to Hutch. He doesn't get any more attention from me. That's all he gets.
Dans le peu de temps qu'on a passé là-bas, c'est arrivé au moins 5 fois.
No one's going to be there to protect us. We have to protect ourselves as well as our loved ones. Because everything that's happening right now is just, it's just ridiculous and it's out of control.
And you have around how many men? Can you tell me, like, approximately?
A little under 100.
Okay.
In Philly.
Because I
They have under 100 in Philly? Really?
was hearing about ICE recruitment. They like tripled their budget. They recruited more than 10,000 people.
But that's why you need stuff like this.
But then there's escalation, because that's always the question. Do you believe in nonviolent revolution?
It's possible, but the threat of violence has to be there.
But I mean, if Trump sends like hundreds of ICE agents, are you ready for that?
Absolutely. Sure.
Yeah?
Send them.
On est à la patrouille de nuit, puis là, ils ont décidé de venir patrouiller la ligne de métro. Le contrôleur est visiblement un fan des Panthers, puisqu'il a laissé tout le monde passer sans billet.
I assume it says that they're not paying for the the metro. I can't understand French, so.
The pigs came down here they came because people had guns. And then they went back upstairs because the Black Panthers got guns and they ain't go shit about it. As soon as they saw who it was, they took off. They don't want to fight, man. They don't want to fight, man.
This Canadian friends, so I'm kind of lost.
C'est légal de se promener avec une arme à feu visible dans la majorité des lieux publics, à condition de détenir un permis de port d'armes.
Oh, Black Panther Party is back. For real. What is you guys' plan? I mean, what is the goal?
Black liberation.
Black liberation? I thought I was liberated already.
Yeah. Well, ICE came on here, like walking on here.
Yeah.
Because they come on.
Do you like this, please? Yeah. Actually, you should have conducted this interview.
Imagine they came on here.
Honestly, he could have been speaking English and it would have been equally as intelligible to me.
And they saw you,
but
and they wanted to.
Aren't you guys afraid that the police is gonna start confronting you guys?
The police are afraid of us.
Is this legal?
The police are terrified of us.
What you doing?
Yeah, and the police are terrified of us.
Literally, we make them leave. We make them move.
As soon as we approach cops, they take off running.
Okay. Again, I think that they are too focused on the honestly the self-defense aspect of the Black Panther Party for self-defense. You know, And the goal is not to like, not specifically to scare the police away, you know? Like it's a cool byproduct, don't get me wrong. I'm not discounting that. Right? The goal is community defense. Right? The goal, that should be, that you, whenever anybody asks you any of these questions, you turn it back to community defense. Right? Turn it back to community defense. It doesn't matter. They're like, is this legal? Is it legal to defend my community? Yes, it is. What if the cops confront you? For what? Defending my community? I will always defend my community. You always have to reframe it back to this is about community defense and protecting our own. It's not about like scaring the cops and like, or scaring people with guns, right? It's about we are here as a pure reaction to what they do, right? And that framing is very important. Very important. Panthers also did mutual aid and breakfast for kids and stuff, right? Yes. Yep. Mutual aid, community-driven organizing, that's all important too, right? Well, apparently they were doing, what were they doing, chat? Something. I don't speak French, so I don't remember. They were doing some, they are doing some community aid. They are in the community. Waste management, that's what it was. Thank you. They are doing community, community organizing, right? And that is an important thing. There's just a few things that I think that they can really hammer down on. They can really start solving a lot of these issues.
To the people, I don't want to get shot by no police.
No,
but ICE need to stop though.
No, we on that.
Okay,
We're
ICE need to
anti-ICE.
stop.
We're fired.
All right, cool guys. Thank you.
Y'all heard him. He's the chairman, man. He speak for the people that don't have a voice, man. And y'all, man, he speak facts, man. For the people that
But he
don't
says some
defend
stuff. It
theyself,
reminds me
man.
of like a guy with gun
Alright.
fantasies from the right. I mean, it's similar. It's just it's honestly the root is that they're still American. They still are rooted in American gun culture of like, we're gonna be the hero. I'm the good guy with the gun versus the bad guys with the gun kind of thing, right? It's still a little bit of American individualism that's kind of shining through what is a pretty decent, for what I've seen, framework that they're working with right now. Yeah, it's not the worst thing, but we're talking about like just like the few parts where they can just kind of tailor down on and really start to make some more improvements on. I think they really did it with changing from the Black Panther name. That was a good positive move.
On a écrit à la ville de Philadelphie et à leur corps de police pour savoir ce qu'ils pensaient de la présence du Black Panther Party for Self-Defense dans leur rue. Ils ne nous ont pas répondu. À Philadelphie, pour l'instant, il n'y a toujours pas eu d'importante opération de ICE. Pendant ce temps, le Black Panther Party for Self-Defense prend de l'ampleur et s'implante ailleurs aux États-Unis, notamment.
As the cops didn't reply? What did the cops say?
New York.
Was that what she said?
Pour l'instant, il n'y a toujours pas eu d'importante opération.
Thank you for chatters who are translating. You said they have 100 some. I only see a few guys in these videos. Yeah, they honestly, I think they're numbering closer to around probably around 20. But if you are on 20, you should say you have 100. Genuinely speaking. Like if he does have like 20 people or whatever, or like 50, you should say you have 100 people. That is you should 100% do that. Right? Deterrence. They're less likely to come after you if they think you have 100 people. I think they have multiple chapters. No, they said they have 100 people in Philadelphia specifically. Right? Again, I haven't seen evidence of that from everything that I've seen of them, but like you should 100% say you have 100 people. I didn't know we were watching French people ill. They're French Canadians, so they were technically also colonized. But yeah, that's what we're gonna call it. Hey Nixie, you wanna say hi to the stream? Come here. Come here. Aw, she's resting right now because she likes to bother me at freaking midnight when she wants to go for runs and stuff. Hey, baby girl. Hey, Nix. Come here. No? Okay. Oh, she's so pretty. It's the perfect time for running. Not for me. It's the perfect time to order Wendy's on DoorDash. And it gets here at 1 o'clock. But you're asleep, so you only wake up an hour later, and it's been sitting out there for an hour. And then you have to kind of drag yourself out of bed and eat it at 3 a.m. And it's cold because you fell asleep while you were waiting for it. That literally happened to me yesterday. It's so sad. It's so sad, bro. I was so ready for the fries. What I have to do with Jack in the Box? Yeah, set an alarm. It's kind of hard when they keep pushing the delivery time back. Just reheat it. Reheated fast food is literally the worst thing I've ever tasted in my life. An air fryer makes it serviceable, right? An air fryer makes it serviceable, but fast food is the worst thing to be reheated. I'm sorry for your loss. I still ate it. Don't get me wrong, chat. I still munched on it. But because I'm the fast food, worse than cold fast food? Honestly, sometimes maybe. Seen this? What is this? Why did you send me an AF Post link? What is this? Private jet belonging to a prominent anti-ICE, anti-Trump lawyer crashed in May. 8 passengers dead. The lawyer has combined. The lawyers have combined. What? The lawyers have combined to spend tens of millions of dollars fighting Republicans in Texas. I feel like that's not written correctly. But yeah, that's crazy. In conclusion, that's the Black Panther Party. We covered that. We haven't covered Tectone because it's F Tectone still. He sucks. What else? We got double rates. It's crazy. What else? 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 Did we cover Ray? No. No, we did not. You talking about the hoodie jeans tweet? Briefly. Which Ray? Ray Asian boy. And his new hairstyle. I couldn't chat earlier because I'm a new chatter, but the interviewer asking about nonviolent revolution. Every majority civil rights of POC minorities, LGBTQIA plus, a community does not come from being nice and revolutionary nicely. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she's a freaking mainstream media, probably liberal pundit. Like, she was going to ask that. I think he could have had a better answer. I think he needs to be a little bit more media trained. This is from Jay Versace, who said they need to shut Twitch down for a little bit. Honestly, I agree. Chad, if we shut Twitch down like a Ready Player One style every Thursday, just so people can go outside, would you watch me on YouTube? I don't think he has any training. Well, I think he could use some training. Ray got a brand new look.
This my new looks, yeah. Y'all fuck with my new hair, bro.
Bro, who did this on him? Who did this on him? Who? Kai Cenat is going to hell, specifically for what he created in the Clover Boys. No amount of reading anime and self-help books can change that. Now we have to deal with Ray and Rakai and Dez and Tylil, and Reggie's not that much of a problem, honestly. He kind of minds his own business, so I don't see him in a lot of this discourse. So I know I love to see more goddess braids on more black men. Don't tell that to my friend. She's been begging to do my hair and makeup. Kai had on its fashion show. The blood shirt, yeah. I need to go to Turkey first. Ah, it's rough. Jeez, a freaking wheeze. Yeah, we didn't talk about Kanye's apology. I probably should have, because I'm gonna come back tomorrow and there's gonna be like an FT signifier and a Chauncey video that both have 1 million views. And that could have been me if I just talked about it now and then covered it and then posted it tomorrow. You know, it happens every time, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, yawn, 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 yawn. He said Reddit gave him refuge. To be fair, white people use that excuse all the time for their Nazism. All right. I know for a fact you're going to see white leftists be like, I don't forgive him. I don't forgive him. Graham Plattner. I'm not saying Kanye has changed, right? But I'm saying you can't switch on charitability now. You can't. If Grant Plattner can change his mind, if Dean Withers can change his mind, if you got white people who were Nazis 2 weeks ago that can become leftists, you know, gosh darn it, a black person can do it. I don't forgive him though. I stay consistent on this. It's still fuck Kanye. I'm gonna need to see some actual growth that needs to change. But that's because I'm consistent on this. I say that for everybody, right? If you're a white leftist who are just like, you know what? Yes, you may have been a Nazi 2 days ago, but now you're a part of the left. If that's you, you gotta have that same energy for Kanye, okay? You better, if I check your logs and you're like, I don't forgive Kanye. If I check your logs and you're like, guys, be charitable, be nice, they're learning and growing, we got a problem. Okay, then when you do, are we supporting Graham when we see results too? I mean, you can do whatever you want to, chat. I'm not telling you what you can and cannot do. I'm just saying that I'm gonna need him to apologize for his anti-blackness first. That's what my line is. He's apologized for everything, but he was still like, black people don't tip. I don't get it. I'm asking you, I'm doing what regardless, not like I live in Maine. Yeah, and that's my take. I'm gonna need him to be like, I'm sorry for holding anti-black beliefs instead of trying to moralize and contextualize it. Personally. Then we can talk. Then we can talk. But I don't have any like specific beef with like freaking Grant Platter. I do, and I will never let it go how insane it is that he has like 3 separate like Nazi controversies. You know what I mean? Like Blackwater and having the Nazi tattoo, and I don't know, there's probably another one in there somewhere. What else was there? Anti-black. Like at a certain point, you're just like, gosh darn it, that's a lot in there. That's a lot in there. There's a whole bunch of stuff. And the Nazi cover up like Celtic tattoo. Like, I won't belabor the point, but like, gosh darn it, there's a lot in there. No, I personally have a high bar. You know, I personally have a high bar. Jeez, the freaking Louise. My Twitter is popping off. There's so many notifications. Why? Anyway. Hold on. Um. Um. What was I looking for? I forgot. Oh, here, I'll show you this too. Do you remember this, chat? How did she lose? How did she lose?
Say it again. Say it again. Mock them again. Mock the children again. Do it again. Do it again.
18 years old. 18 years old. Yusuf Hassan. 18 years old. Turn around and join the uncommitted delegates in the protest.
Yeah, these are the people they're trying to convince us we're like the most pro-Palestine or pro-Palestinian constituency. Refusing to let a Palestinian speaker speak, the delegates literally closing their ears and mocking dead children slaughtered by the money and the weapons that we are giving Israel. And they are trying to have this moral high ground over us. It was so simple. It was a win-win scenario. Stop supporting genocide and the murder and slaughter of Palestinian children, right? Men, women, and children, and win a layup election. It's like that one meme of the person sweating and there's like two buttons and it's like, stop supporting genocide, win layup election on like one button. The other button is just lose, and it's just like lose, 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 lose. Can I have a second lose button? Thank you. Lose, 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 lose. It was right there. She could have just pressed the win button. But she was like, I'd rather press the lose button, actually. I will keep pressing the lose button. And we finally kick her out, and she's like, oh, don't worry. I'll be back in 4 years to keep pressing the lose button. Don't worry. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory once again. Yeah. This is what Queer Socialism said. Still one of the most diabolical and cruel videos, but it embodies liberal Democrats so well. I'm glad these people are not rewarded with the presidency. Yeah. Someone read Kamala's book and did really good analysis. If you want to see that, they are better than I. Send it to me. And put it in the Discord. I never get the stuff that I want to talk about on stream because it's not in the Discord. And when I build up my list of what I want to talk about, I do it literally like the 30 minutes while my starting student screen is happening. I go to my Discord first. And I see what they're talking about there. And then I go into what my Twitter bookmarks are. You have a content job in the Discord. I just put it in the off topic or stream discussions. I look at both of those. Do you go to the Reddit? I do. It's empty. It's been empty for 2 months. I open up the Reddit and it's been empty. If there's something there, I'll talk about it, but there's literally nothing there. But yeah, any final thoughts, chat? Cover this. Oh yeah, this is what Kate Willett said about my tweet about oh, did y'all chat? I don't know if y'all saw this, bro. This is the bestest. Where's that? This is a response to Hutch Young at another black. This is a response to Hutch Young at another black leftist. Is this all he does? This is the third black leftist in the last 2 days that Hutch has decided to just try to take down. Something can be said about that. But my response to this was like, liberals have said the same thing about the last primary with Biden, and look at how that turned out. When will they learn? This is about Gavin Newsom.
Listen, Democrats, can we please stop talking about primarying Joe Biden? Who should run against Joe Biden? Will Democrats get behind Joe Biden? This many Democrats want an alternative to Joe Biden. Can we just not? The absolute last thing democracy needs right now is a Democratic primary. We're in late stage.
How did that turn out, bro? How did that turn out? She's on CNN now, by the way. She's like a frequenter on CNN as like their like liberal correspondent. She said the last thing democracy needs right now is a Democratic primary. And guess what happened? Joe Biden ended up having to drop out very late. Kamala Harris came in, fumbled, and lost. And now look at where we are. Do you think that there's ever any self-reflection from this person? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong about saying Joe Biden shouldn't drop out. Probably not, though.
Capitalism with a corrupt Supreme Court on a knife's edge between autocracy and democracy, and people want to spend $100 million to undermine our successful incumbent when the
successful incumbent, by the way, that had to drop out months later. Yeah. And this was like over a year later, actually. This is over a year before the primary actually happened.
is the twice impeached criminal ex-president or the man who is single-handedly turning Florida into a fascist dictatorship? Why?
And you could tell that by Ron DeSantis still being in the conversation. They were just like, nope, sorry, no primary. We're not doing that primary stuff. Joe Biden is our guy. And if you don't like him, well, you're wrong. He's gonna win this election. 2 years later, Joe Biden dropped out? What? But that's our guy. Who could have seen this coming? This is unprecedented. Yeah. Who could have seen this coming? I wonder.
Are excited for fresh young leaders with bright new ideas, but those fresh young leaders will never get a chance if we don't protect democracy now. The fact is, Joe Biden has gotten more accomplished in 2 years than any president in the history of presidents. In an increasingly cynical world, Joe Biden is a decent man with an incredible staff who knows what he's doing and has thoughtful...
And he's committing genocide. To be fair to her, this was before he started to aid and abet genocide. Right? This was before that happened. To be entirely fair to her, but she stick with this even past into the genocide territory. So, she gets a little bit less fairness as well.
Plans for the future of this country that include women's rights and gay rights and workers' rights and voters' rights and higher minimum wage and lower healthcare costs and environmental protections. It could be argued that the biggest
environmental protections. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was running on bringing fracking back. They like Joe Biden gave out record drilling permits. What are we talking about? I do love that climate is like legitimately one of the least discussed issues nowadays. Things have gotten so bad from the Republicans and from the Democrats that climate is not even in the conversation anymore. That has been written off. We've moved past it. We've already, it's like F the climate. We've moved on. We've all decided that we're killing the earth and we're going to be okay with it. You know?
reason democracy is winning in this David and Goliath story in Ukraine is because Joe Biden had the foreign policy experience and humility to gather world leaders together and build a coalition to support them. He can run on all of that. We don't need to replace him. We need to spend our time and money giving him a bigger majority in Congress so he can get even more accomplished. Yeah, he's old. He talks old. He's a goofy grandpa who says things like malarkey. Who cares? By every measurable metric, he's
Wait, I'm sorry. I just opened up Hassan's stream for a second. Hassan has Denisha Carter, or had Denisha Carter, a Denisha Carter tweet on screen. I was correct about that as well. I have been anti-Denisha Carter for years. I know in chat, but I have a question. Kamala or Biden, who is better? Well, that is literally impossible to answer. They're literally exactly the same. They're like literally identical. Her words. She said that she would do exactly the same thing as him. I'm like, this is not even an exaggeration. This is not me editorializing. She said there is literally nothing that I would ever change if I was in Joe Biden's shoes. They are quite literally identical. So I genuinely have no idea. I can guess and say maybe Kamala Harris, maybe she would be slightly better because she's not like a bajillion years old. And theoretically, she's subject to a little bit more public pressure, but there's absolutely no evidence of that. She said she had a Republican on it in the cabinet. Yeah, so did Joe Biden. Well, to be fair, Joe Biden said that he would have a woman in his cabinet. That's what he said. So, and a Republican, but you know, maybe Republican woman. Wouldn't you consider kicking Lena Khan out? Yes, but like, so is Biden. If Biden could have ran for a second term, if he wasn't old, Biden would have done the same thing. I don't think Kamala Harris has any thoughts of her own. Legitimately, this is not like a direct day on her character. I don't think she has any thoughts of her own. Mark Cuban and her brother wanted Lena out. Yeah, Mark Cuban really wanted Lena Khan out. Good billionaire, by the way. Good billionaire, Mark Cuban.
excellent leader. If we didn't have lying propaganda networks and self-serving chaos agents constantly trying to sell us on the idea that he's some demented evil pedophile out to ruin the country, and you just looked at the facts of his presidency on paper, there would be zero debate he was doing a bang-up job. You don't spend $100 million undermining your own party to defeat someone who's doing a bang-up job. You run your successful sitting president, and you spend the resources you would have spent on a primary building the infrastructure that will defeat your opposition. You know, the party who wants to take your vote and force you to have a baby and tell you what you can read and what you can teach and what you can know. The people passing laws to tell people how to dress and how to act and what they can do with their own bodies. The party calling...
The funniest part is like that margin is getting thinner and thinner and thinner when comparing the Republicans from the Democrats. I remember when Kamala Harris was asked a question about abortion, she was like, I'll leave it up to the states. That she didn't have to go re-clarify, she got a lot of hate for. You know, like the party that will arrest you for protesting. Which one? Party that will weaponize the National Guard and federal forces against you for protesting. Which one? Which one? I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. The party that will fund foreign wars. Which one? Probably the party that will support the destabilization of foreign countries. Which one? Which party are we talking about again? Again, I'm not saying that there's no margin there, but I'm saying the margin is getting so much smaller. The difference between the two parties are getting so thin that it's almost impossible to tell them apart.
For a national divorce and suggesting that maybe Democrats shouldn't get to vote at all. The party that wants to get rid of everything from Social Security to public schools, who have already passed laws to strip women of their rights and make trans people detransition and force private companies to toe their policy line. You don't give those people the gift of fighting amongst yourselves. You spend your time and money working to put down that fascist, authoritarian, white Christian nationalist uprising taking over half the country. Joe Biden is better than any alternative the Republicans could put up. So if you want to win, how you feel about him is irrelevant. We don't need a new presidential candidate in 2024. We need to keep the Senate and flip the House. We need to fill the states with AGs who believe in the rule of law and legislators who believe in democracy. We need to pay attention to our school boards. Our current president is...
Didn't the Democrats just confirm, like, not just, but like last year confirmed Trump's judge picks that are like 4 life appointments? Am I remembering that correctly? And his whole cabinet, that too. Huh. I don't know. Maybe the differences are coming, chat. Maybe the differences were promised to us 3,000 years ago. The differences between parties. Did you say black men were going to vote Republican too? Not necessarily. She's had Obama say black men won't vote for Kamala because they're sexist or whatever.
And he can win. We need to pick our battles right now. And a Democratic primary, it just isn't one of them. Sorry, not sorry.
Oh, sorry, not sorry. Yeah, people like this are why the Democrats lost. Genuinely. People like this are why the Democrats lost. And they have absolutely zero object permanence. That's my take. I just talked about Keith Porter, by the way. I don't know. Genuinely. I don't watch Hutch. I also don't scroll his Twitter. He just keeps replying to me. To be fair, I do reply to him too. To be fair, I reply to a lot of people. Whenever I see a stupid tweet that I see somebody else has replied to, I'm like, ooh, I have a good reply to this, and then I reply to them. So the choices, the parties is fascism or fascism that is polite? Yes. You talk about the new COD maps and that's it? And I get into the Hank Green stuff? Yeah, we covered it. It's disappointing. He deleted the tweet, so it's not the biggest of deals, but like, he's like not that dissimilar from Hutch. It's just freaking liberalism. Liberals cannot genuinely come to their own conclusions and learn from their mistakes. They must find someone else to blame. I do respect Hank more though, because he acknowledged that like his tweet was unproductive. You know? What did frustrate me a little bit is Valky Ray quoting Hank Green talking about it. Talking about Alex Peretti. I just think we have an issue and a problem with like you know, like the Hank Greens, the Legal Eagles, like we oftentimes center like white voices when speaking about these issues, and it's a little bit frustrating because it's like Hank is not like,
Can we please stop talking about
hey,
primarying Joe Biden?
Hank is like Hank is not dumb, but I think he's easy and easy. He's an easy accessible thing for influencers to get their news from. Kind of like Philip DeFranco without having to actually engage with things to come to their own conclusions. You know, so again, this isn't bad. I'm not chastising Rage for doing it, but I just wish that like, you know, we get deeper than just like what the resident liberal white man says is bad. You know, it shouldn't take Hank Green saying it to have for feel like you need to say something about it, right? We should be talking about this and covering this and engaging with this years ago when like Hassan is saying it, or when I'm saying it, or when Mike is saying it, or when Dennis is saying it, you know. Because if we do it then it's, you know, we will get ahead of this basically. Hank isn't even a proper science communicator. I don't know why he thinks being a liberal means he can comment on politics so confidently. Now, what gets back because white people are actually paying attention. I don't know. I have a frustration with being and engaging with politics and that being like shit on so routinely and then ignored by people. And like it taking this far to pings people's attention. I'm joking. I know. But like it's just that's how people feel. But again, I think saying something is good and it's positive, and I will not chastise it. And then finally, Hank Green says something after years of ICE murder. Yeah. And then he says that to be like, man, maybe ICE is bad. And then he'll like again go to like, you know, again chastise leftists for not voting hard enough or whatever. You know, because the problem with that is like Hank Green's not going to say abolish ICE. Hank Green's not going to push for ICE abolition, right? So if that's your who you're getting your news from, essentially, it's just like these lukewarm liberal commentators, even like the Legal Eagles, right? They limit your imagination. Vitamin water BDS we disavow. No, it's not. I don't think it is. Oh, my Coca-Cola? No, it's not. It's not on the bottle. Are you serious, bro? Right, I swear on everything. I check every bottle that I buy, and Coke products always have a Coke logo on it. Gosh darn it. They do own everything. Disrespectful. Does that mean my TikTok actually posted? Chat, we got 1 view on TikTok. Not on my political videos, but on my vitamin water video, there's a single view there. I don't know if you can see it. 1 view. After 0. So that's something. That's something, I guess. Gosh darn it. Whatever. Now I have to delete the video because it's BDS. Delete. Gosh darn it. I mean, when you were in Spain, you kept buying new water bottle brands and they were all BDS. Anyway, that's the stream today, I guess. Watch my new video on Charlie in Ludwig. Watch it. It has 5,000 views. It's actually not bad considering I literally did. I don't know if you noticed it if you've seen the video. I did 0 editing for it. Hold on, here it is. I literally just used the Twitch highlight feature to cut a segment out. And then I just uploaded it to YouTube and made a thumbnail for it. There was no editing that happened. Because it takes so much time to download it from Twitch, put it into Premiere Pro, wait for the transcript to create itself, figure out what to edit, you know? I just downloaded it, I uploaded it. It's more important to be first to market than to actually have like a, you know, highly edited, highly polished video. I'm coping, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Any final thoughts? Also, King Ghidorah, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah. Is that it? Hardest job, by the way? Yeah. Oh, harder than a 9 to 5. Let me tell you. Harder than a... Actually, though? Nah, it's not harder. Is that a wrong vitamin water for you? Nah, that's fine. I'll just buy Sprite instead, I guess, if I can't drink my vitamin water. Ugh. Next, you're gonna tell me that Sprite's BDS too or something. Don't do this to me, chat, please. Please. Let me have this, please. What are we talking about? Were you not joking? No, I was 100% joking. 7-Up and Pepsi, Sprite is Coke. Yeah, I know. I was 100% joking. Sprite is my favorite soda. I am aware that it's owned by Coke. Just drink water. Mods, ban that guy. Mods, rip his arms off. Anyway, you acted good. I'm sort of an actor. How as bad as Pepsi? I like Pepsi. Yeah, mods, take them out back in Old Yeller them real quick. Yeah, chat. Ugh. I can't drink Sprite. I might as well make my own soda with the soda stream, you know? I skip past all that Coca-Cola nonsense by just making my own soda with a soda stream. No problems there. No problems there. Isn't soda stream BDIs? No. No, please. This is my last option. Yeah, soda stream is BDS. My family owns a soda stream, but I found a CLT soda that isn't BDS. I mean, if you own it, you can use it. You just can't like be promoted or be advertised by it. Keep checking chat. Oh yeah, I know. I know. Social streams also BDS. Olipop enjoy it. Olipop sucks. Sorry. Seems like you already saw the Coke was owned by Vitamin Water. Okay, Minnie's just trying to deflex real quick. Get some Doritos. What's a Dorito? Like Doritos? With a J? Oh, it's Mexican. Jarritos. Indeed, indeed. Yo hablo español. Me gusta la comida. I know black. Sorry, what are we talking about? I have to go. I have to leave. Okay, Lives in LA, so I don't speak any Spanish. I took 3 years of Spanish, chat. If you couldn't tell, 3 years. I took Spanish 1, 2, and 3. I didn't even need to take 3. I don't know why I did. I could literally only need to take 1 and 2. It was either Spanish or French. Those are the only 2 options my school had. Sean the Dominican. Could you know black? Indeed. I know black. Anyway, I'll catch you on the flip side though, chat. I will catch y'all. Oh, how is High Guard? Have any of y'all played High Guard? Have y'all seen anybody play High Guard? How's High Guard? Is it good? Is it a fun game? It's free apparently. I saw it's mostly negative. Really? Is it just Apex Legends? It gives Roblox vibes. Does it? What is this game? Is it kind of like Battlefield a little bit? Play some Where the Winds Meet, enjoying Chinese MMO supremacy. I got a sponsorship offer for Where the Winds Meet. I didn't accept it though because they weren't offering me that much money. Anyway, I'll see y'all in the flip side though, chat. I'll catch y'all in the future. Like my tweets, F Hutch, he can suck my nuts, and I am done responding to him. Yeah. That's it. That's my take. Siri, play my music. I'm gonna play this song instead.
The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Say your goodbyes.
Lumi, thank you for the raid. Oh, this is awkward. We're on our way out. But I appreciate it. You can't leave now. I do have to leave. Stream 2? I cannot stream 2, unfortunately. Thank you for the raid though. I hope you're my bad. No, you're good. I hope your stream was good though. Catching you regardless. Yeah. Hope you had a good stream. Here. I'll send you to Lance. Stay warm and safe out there. I mean, I live in Los Angeles, so it's not even that cold, but yeah. I'm not gonna play my rifles off stream. I'm gonna play Baldur's Gate 3 off stream, probably, and do some editing, and then cook some food. I have plans. Before you leave, you ever listen to Bundy Santana? No, I have not. Well, thank you. I will try. I'll catch y'all on the flip side, chat. Adios. Oh, watch my newest video, please. Thank you. Straight here. Get a like. Goodbye.